other kids are older, so they're pretty. My son's working for the diocese, and my daughter
Testing.
is
Testing.
she's got an internship at the school she goes to. They both have one year of college. So it goes by fast. I mean, everybody says that, but it's true. Wow. It's like before you know it. Like, I can't even get in touch with my daughter. Wow. You know, you never thought. She's one of them.
There's a, Patty, there's another table we could push this way. Oh, so we can space out a little bit. Maybe,
Or we could, just slide.
yeah, bring this one over.
Or we could slide, we could bring this up.
Yeah, however. What do you think, Patty? You want to bring this one over?
We can spread out. Yeah, okay, then.
Ms. Gresham?
Present.
Ms. Hurst?
Present.
Attorney Murphy?
Present.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Here.
Mayor Sarno?
President, if we could all please rise for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. This is the school committee interviews for superintendent candidates. We will first have the first candidate come out, Dr. Sonia Donnell, please. And then I will lay out the ground rules.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Gonzalez?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick clarifying question. I know at the initial training that Mr. Kuchar provided, I wasn't able to be there. He said that the urban myth was that school committee members had to ask every candidate the same question, but that was not the case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Donnell. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Ms.
please?
Hurst, yes.
Just a point of clarification. He did also say, though, that if there was a need to ask a follow-up, because you didn't necessarily get what it was that you might have been looking for, that you could do that as well.
So again, the ground rules will be this. We will ask an overall question for the school committee to the candidates why they should be our next superintendent. Then after that, each school committee member can ask one question. Time permitting, we could possibly go into 2 questions, and then we'll move on to the second candidate, and then we'll move on to the third candidate, and then at that point in time, we will deliberate and move forward at that point in time on the selection of our next superintendent. So with that, Dr. Donnell, thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
The first overall question from the school committee will be, why should you be our next superintendent?
Thank you so much, Mayor Sarno, and thank you for this opportunity. Honorable Mayor Sarno, Co-Chairman Gonzalez, committee members, Mrs. Gresham, Mrs. Monroe-Naylor, Mrs. Hurst, Mr. Collins, and Attorney Murphy. As a lifelong resident of Springfield and as a proud product of our school system, I am sincerely humbled and honored to sit before you this evening. I am keenly aware of the significance of this momentous and historic moment. I gave much thought and consideration to what I would say this evening during my opening statement. My ideas danced through my mind. Should I remind the members of the school committee of my years as a classroom teacher, a school counselor, a central office administrator, and a high school principal? Or perhaps I should express how I fully understand the importance of leading a district that families, businesses, and stakeholders can believe in, because a strong public school system yields economic growth, reduces cycles of poverty, ebbs the flow of the school-to-prison pipeline, and creates a safer city. Maybe, I thought, just maybe, I should convey the fact that I'm pleased and impressed with the remarkable gains that we have made over the past few years, the increase in our cohort graduation rate, as well as a significant decrease in our dropout rate. I could go on and on about numerous accomplishments and heap accolades upon each one of you, because each of you have played a critical role in the success of our district. However, I reconsidered. I decided to focus on the real reason I sit here at this moment in time, at this nexus in history. I'm here because of our children. Since my first teaching job in 1991, when Assistant Principal Carol Fazio handed me the curriculum for earth science and gave me the opportunity to educate 27 eighth graders, I have faithfully served our children with a passion that still propels me today. I draw my strength from their unbridled joy, infectious laughter, natural curiosity, and boundless energy. For as long as I can remember, educating children has been my why. Wanting to do what is best for every child, every day, from every zip code, color, and creed, has crystallized a personal vision and set of beliefs that govern every professional decision I make. Those decisions have enabled me to assemble and lead teams of talented and dedicated staff who have achieved significant district and school-based goals. My commitment to serve the educational community of Springfield, Mass. Is without question. I truly believe the sum of my personal and professional experiences has prepared me for such a time as this. I am determined to continue to use my career to level the playing field, champion equity, and mitigate barriers to empower our students to achieve their greatest goals and their biggest dreams. If selected as superintendent of Springfield Public Schools, I vow to work collaboratively to ensure our students have the best education that we could ever offer, our families instill their trust in us once again, and that we operate from a lens of equity from every department and classroom in our district. Why do I want to be superintendent of Springfield Public Schools? Because as someone who lived it and experienced it every day in the classrooms of Kiley and Warner and Classical, Talmadge and Memorial, this is a full circle moment, and I would love the honor and the privilege to lead our students, our families, and our district to the next level of excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Donnell. What we'll do is we'll go right down the line with opening questions. Ms. Hurst, would you like to start?
Sure, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Dr. Denal.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here tonight. My question probably isn't going to be very popular, but I think it's a real question and it's an important question, particularly to me and I believe to some of the folks in the audience or the viewing audience. I watched the forum last night.
Yes.
And I know that you and many of the other candidates have done your due diligence and your research on the district. And I also know that this search process has been widely covered on the media. And so I'd like to hear from you, what are your thoughts about how fraught this process has been? And what would you do as the superintendent to change some of the concerns that were lifted up by not only the school committee members around a democratic government or governance body, but also some of the concerns that came from our students and community members at large?
Thank you, Ms. Hurst. Dr. Denal?
Yes. Just jotting down as much as I can so I can make sure I hit all the points that you asked. So my thoughts about the process. First of all, I just want to say I do honestly respect each one of you for the courage and tenacity that you all have shown. It has been indeed a roller coaster ride, to say the least. And to be honest with you, I have intentionally stayed away from some of the media and some of the rumors, myths, and hearsay. But with that said, I am fully aware of some of the harm that has been done, either real or perceived, and I included opportunities for restoration and repair in my entry plan. I, as a superintendent, would make sure that I increase the transparency and make sure that we go about having school committee retreats so that we can rebuild, so that we can be a team, so we can be unified, so we can repair any harm that was done, and also include the community. Some people may see the groundswell of support for the concerns that were raised as a negative. I see it as an opportunity to continue the conversation, an opportunity to keep the community at the table, an opportunity for us to really increase transparency, bring the data to the table with us, so we're not talking about rumor, myth, hearsay, or legend, but really dig in and ask the community, what can we do in order to repair the harm? What do we need to do as a school department in order to repair the damage that was done? Lots of shouting, lots of disgruntled comments. I appreciate the passion that people had for the process. I would love for us to harness that energy, shift it, and move it in the right direction so we can be unified and move forward together. School committee, we need each other. You all are the elected officials that your constituents voted for. They trust you. We need to restore that and repair and be able to coalesce our resources and really tap into the collective wisdom that you each bring to the committee. And with that collective wisdom, a strong school committee makes a strong superintendent, and a strong superintendent makes a strong district. So we have to be united. We have to be on one accord, and we have to work to repair the harm and increase the transparency.
Thank you, Dr. Denal. Attorney Murphy, and it's great to have you back, Murphy, and you look
Thank
good.
you,
We're
Mayor.
so happy to have you back, and thank you for your
Good
dedication.
evening, Mr.
Attorney
Nall,
Murphy.
and thank you for coming. I have also potentially an unpleasant question for you, but I do for all of the candidates. You just happen to be going first. So
Lucky me.
there was talk at the meeting or the forum last night, and we've also received several emails and other queries that had indicated that you were non-renewed from Commerce and from the current job that you hold in community outreach with the current job that you're in, and that you were non-renewed from those jobs. Can you just clarify for us? I believe you said last night that you left Commerce voluntarily, and there's some talk that, in fact, you were non-renewed in January of in that school year. So can you just clarify that for us? I mean, were you non-renewed at Commerce and in your current position, or were you not non-renewed?
I would be happy to clarify that. I was not non-renewed at Commerce. Mr. Neal, the executive principal of the High School of Commerce, under which I co-led as a principal, never gave me any documents indicating that my contract had ended. He told me that he was no longer able to keep me on board because of significant budget cuts. Commerce lost over $6 million at the end of last school year. When he mentioned that to me, again, check the paperwork in HR, there are no documents with my signature or Mr. Neal's signature saying that I was non-renewed. Make sure that we understand that I'm sharing with you the facts. As soon as Mr. Neal told me that, I received a call from Matt and Colleen, the two executive directors of the zone, offering me a position to work with Keisha Morgan on her team. I submitted to them a job description. We collaborated to ensure that we came up with a mutually agreeable opportunity for me to transition into, and I began my work with Keisha's team on July 14th of 2023. Concerning the current job I'm in, I entered the job in July 14th of 2023 as a principal on assignment. I received a promotion to be the chief of family and community engagement after that. And then I did have a conversation with Matt Burnell and Colleen again, saying that we would part ways mutually agreeable because I had future aspirations that included me being a superintendent. Colleen is fully aware of this because she wrote me a recommendation for another position in another district as superintendent. That did not pan out. I'm glad it did not, but I had career aspirations beyond what the zone could offer me. So please understand that those emails that you received are false.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Murphy. Vice Chair Gonzalez, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Donnell, for taking the time and for submitting your candidacy for the role. As you perhaps already know, it is a big job, and for me, at least, as a school committee member, I'm curious to understand what are some of the things that you will do immediately your first 100 days if you were chosen for this role.
Thank you, co-chairman, or is it co-chair? Mr.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, sorry about that, sir. Don't want to get your title wrong. I do have a transition plan. I didn't want to call it an entry plan because I'm part of the Springfield Public Schools family, and I really feel that Mr. Warwick did such an exceptional job for 12 years. I didn't want it to seem as if there was something new and different entering in and taking over. So I made it a transition plan because he has been very gracious in sharing with me his cell phone number. So if I am selected as superintendent, I will have him on speed dial. But within my transition plan, I do have it mapped out as to what we will be doing in my first 100 days. I have it mapped out. It's in 3 phases. Phase 1 consists of repair, restore, and review. Phase 2, revise and redesign. Phase 3, empower to excel and accelerate. And within those 3 phases, we will focus on 4 essential priorities. Priority 1, relationships and leadership. Essential priority 2, learning and achievement. Essential priority 3, family and community empowerment. Essential priority 4, operations and finance. I have this document. I'm going to actually hand it to you, Ms. Monroe-Naylor, and ask you to just pass one down. Take one and pass the rest down. Thank you so much. So within my first 30 days, I plan on digging deep into the current landscape of the school department. I want to create a transition team that's comprised of educators, administrators, community members, and other relevant stakeholders to guide this transition plan. This transition plan will have a tracker that will be public to everyone, the community, CBOs, of course, members of the school committee. We will work collaboratively to revise it to ensure that it aligns with everything that you feel needs to be done in the district in order to take it to the next level. Again, this will be tracked, it will be updated daily and weekly to ensure accountability. As you can see in each essential priority, all of these priorities are mapped out for phase 1. I can read a couple of them to you. Within essential priority 1, relationships and leadership, I want to meet with the school committee chair and the vice chair and members, each member, to gain a deeper understanding of your perception of the current educational landscape of SPS, areas of opportunity, and vision for future success. I also want to conduct one-on-one meetings with each administrator and assistants, principals, conduct a thorough review of the current strategic operating plan to aggressively and immediately address every need in the district. That would be within the first 30 days of EP1. EP2 is learning and achievement. So I would, in the first 30 days, conduct a data deep dive on all key performance indicators for DESE. I would review the current vision, mission, and goals for alignment and progress towards achievement. I would conduct data analysis of all special ed services to ensure compliance and determine areas of support. I would assess the curriculum, the implementation, and current instructional philosophy for alignment to DEI. That would be the first 30 days under, and in addition to other things, under EP Learning and Achievement. And it continues throughout the document. I won't take the time to read the entire document to you, but rest assured, I put a whole lot of thought and planning in this. And I also collaborated with, I'm fortunate to belong to a network of women of color, Black and Latina women who serve as current superintendents. And so I belong to that network, and I've been working collaboratively with them to prepare. I never want to take it for granted that I have all the skills required to step into any role or position. So I did my research, and I'm working with other women of color who have been there, who have done that. And so I bring with me a national network that will support me a great deal in helping me to really fully actualize this position as superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Donnell. Dr. Donnell, you know that I'm a proud alumni of the High School of Commerce.
Yes.
Class of '81, and Commerce has now really been carved up into 3 schools. In your tenure as principal, there was a 16% drop in the graduation rate to 64% and a 10% dropout rate. Now, our major high schools are in the 90 percentile moving forward. So you were dealing with 1/3 of population there at the High School of Commerce. That concerns me because if you're selected as superintendent, you're taking over a system of nearly 24,000 students. But your last year's principal there saw a drop of 16% to 64% and a dropout rate of 10%, with 1/3 of the school, with other areas in that school, I believe honors nearing 100% or 90-something percent, and the other school 70-something percent. So that is concerning to me about the drop of 16%. When, again, under the leadership of Superintendent Warwick, we have moved from the 50 percentile mark to 86% overall. But a drop of 16% in our other major high schools under 90 percentile or upper 90 percentile, that is concerning as far as leadership style and why that drop and why the increase in the dropout rate. Again, only dealing with 1/3 of the school. I ask that to you respectfully.
Awesome, thank you so much. I share your concern, but I also acknowledge the growth that we had in my first 2 years. I arrived in Commerce in the July of 2020, and the class of 2021 saw a significant increase from 61% to over 80%. And then the following year, we also had an increase in our graduation rate. When we got notified that we had some financial issues going on, it did have a significant impact on the staff morale, student morale. Rumors started to fly. Things started to change, unfortunately. When we knew we had to lose over 50% of our staff because of budget constraints that were handed from the zone to Mr. Neal, and then from Mr. Neal to the administrative staff, we had to work fast to try to keep the team together. Clearly, we did not work fast enough. We were working very hard, but unfortunately, with that type of a blow to the morale and to the team that we were building, it definitely had an impact. There are a few other things that impacted that as well, but I can definitely say that I share your concern. Every key data indicator is more than just a number to me. It's the life of a child. It's an impact to a family. We did our level best. Our best did not pan out in that third year that I was there as one of the principals, but I definitely can say that we did a significant job in our first 2 years, or my first 2 years there as principal. As a leader, absolutely. Those numbers rise and fall on leadership, but I also have to take into consideration those variables that are outside of my control at times. I do appreciate the gains that the comprehensive high schools have made here in the city of Springfield, but I also took a look at the data from DESE, and I see that our overall graduation rate is 83%. So although our comprehensive high schools are over 90, the students in the alternative schools are equally important, and we should definitely be looking at what we can do to increase the graduation rate for those students as well. So I applaud the comprehensive high schools. I was at Putnam, they're doing an amazing job. I was at Duggan, they're doing a fabulous job. I know the other comprehensives are making significant gains. I applaud that leadership, but I definitely, as superintendent, would love to take a look at all of our schools to make sure that we're all increasing in our cohort and fifth-year graduation rate.
Thank you, Dr. Stone.
Thank you.
Ms. Gresham, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Donnell, thank you so much for submitting your application as a candidacy. And my question to you is, what is your primary goal as superintendent if selected?
Thank you so much. Just one goal? Just one? Okay. So I would say my primary goal is to, wow, that's a good question because I had several goals. Early literacy, starting Super Saturdays where the superintendent is more visible and in the communities, making sure that we reinstitute the, Family Advisory Committee for the superintendent, which I once served on. Just really doing several things, making sure that we're looking at our middle grades and things of that nature. But I would say my primary goal would be to really take a look at equity throughout the district. I know it's a popular buzzword. I know that ESSER funds were used to hire a great number of folks, not just in this district, but other districts for DEI. And I will say that the zone was ahead of that work. When I came into the zone, they had 2 DEI coordinators at Commerce. And during the pandemic, when we were all on Zoom, we still centered that work. And I know that the zone at one time had a mission statement that was unapologetic anti-racist. And I would love to take a look at equity, not just for the typical diversity that we always talk about for Black and Brown, but also diversity and equity for our LGBTQ community and gender equity and diversity and things of that nature. So I would definitely say, someone asked me a great question about an equity audit. I would love to explore that and work with a third-party consultant to see what that equity audit would reveal, and not just to have a report on paper, but to really strive to implement some of the suggestions and be very transparent with their findings. There's no use of us spending money with consultants if we don't plan on pushing forward with the suggestions and recommendations. So working collaboratively with the school committee, with the administrators, with senior leadership, with all the stakeholders to conduct that and see where it brings us. And hopefully it will bring us to a more equitable place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gresham.
Thank you, Ms. Gresham. Thank you, Dr. Donnell. Mr. Collins, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Donnell, which position that you've held do you feel best prepared you to become superintendent, and why?
Whoa, that's loaded. Oh, which just one, huh?
Yeah.
You guys are narrowing it down. That's hard for me because I mean, teaching is just, oh boy. I don't know, it's really just a sum total of all of them. I would have to say, Boy, I would have to say perhaps being a building-based principal of a turnaround school, being a principal of a turnaround high school was a very humbling experience. It grounded me in taking a closer look at what it really means to be a good leader. It caused me to think deeply about my level of compassion for others, how much grace I extended to others, and it also helped me to understand that not everyone has the same work ethic or passion. Dealing with individuals who were 100% on board, on task, doing what they needed to do every day, they were the easy ones. You know, we enjoyed a very strong collaborative relationship with a core group of teachers and educators and professionals who came to work every day, did what they had to do. There were some individuals that were slow to warm up and buy in for a variety of reasons. They were there before I arrived. When I arrived, I noticed their resistance to some of the changes that we were trying to implement. So being a high school principal caused me to dig deep and to get on the phone and collaborate with some folks who have been doing it a lot better and longer than me, and figure out how do I create buy-in for folks who really just don't believe. Being a high school principal helped me to understand the need for diversity and inclusion. It caused me to have to apologize when I made mistakes. Being a high school principal forced me to engage in a whole lot of meaningful self-reflection around my impact of my leadership style. And if that was not having the right impact and outcomes, what do I need to do to fix that, to strengthen it? What areas do I need to grow in order to be a more effective and more strategic leader? I will have to say that in our darkest hour, which was the end of the 2023 school year, it was, I believe, before the February break, February break, when Matt Burnell came and told us that there was going to be this slashing of the budget, which resulted in, this dismantling of our team. I took it to heart. But I also recognized the need to be brave and courageous and to stand there with my teachers when they were gathered in the auditorium with the union and Matt. And I stayed. I stayed as hard as it was for me to stay and listen and see the looks on their faces. I reassured them that we would finish strong. I reassured us that we were a team. I reassured them that all of our hard work was not for nothing, and that Commerce will still be a high school that they could be proud of. I tried my best to calm their nerves, to give them courage, and I stood there and I listened until the very last teacher asked their last question and left the auditorium. Later on, Matt and Colleen called and told me that's the type of leadership that they were looking for, and that's why they were offering me a position on the district level with the zone. So it was very humbling, but it was an eye-opener. It was an awesome experience. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. And as I've already thanked Matt and Colleen, I thank them again publicly for the opportunity to come back home and learn valuable lessons about leadership. So I feel my principalship at a turnaround school here in the city of Springfield truly equipped me and prepared me to be a superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Naylor, please.
So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about my questions because I know I may not get a second question because of the time. But my biggest question, I guess my first most important question to me is, we have a lot of things that have changed since I was a child, right? Mm-hmm. Things that have engaged me differently in high school and middle school that kept me interested. And due to budget restraints, due to requirements for MCAS and things of that nature, we've seen a lot of that shift. What is your plan to ensure that not only are we looking at adding some creative things, so I would love to hear some things that you think might be helpful for us to revisit that we had to take out of the schools, but also the funding to ensure that we are not in a situation where we start programming and then a year later we have to cancel it out, even though it may be effective. To really engage our students, a lot of them are bored. They're very smart, but they're bored. And they're miserable having to take MCAS and all these other testing after testing. How do we improve that? And so what is your plan for strategy around ensuring our kids academically are prepared because of curriculum, but also ensuring that there are creative ways for them to learn and grow in the classroom?
Awesome question. I know you are a champion for the arts, and I appreciate that because you're absolutely right. So many things have changed, and I appreciate the fact that you want to bring excitement and joy back to the journey.
Right.
And it is critical because you're right. Some of our students feel very disengaged because of the lack of music, arts, creative outlets,
Right.
creative expression. So I had the opportunity to go to Duggan, and Mary Kay Brown has an amazing program there where she has double-digit partners that come in and do the creative things that you're speaking of. They come in and do cooking. They were learning about nutrition, and then they were going to make quesadillas. And it was a 5-week, I believe it was a 5-week rotation. And the list of CBOs was impressive. I was really impressed because I've never seen that number of partners. The beautiful thing was that these people have been doing it with her for about 10 years, or maybe more, free of charge. It's never fallen apart. She's always been able to have the electives for those students in the middle grades, and it's been continuing ongoing regardless of grants or budget or anything of that nature. So I would love to take a look at that model because I tell you, when I was at Kylie, junior high, not middle, I was at Kylie and we had wood shop, we had metal shop, we had cooking, we had art, we had dance, we had choir, we had everything. And so you found your place, you found your niche, you hurried through the hallway so you could actually get to that class. Because when you sat down, you knew that you would be engaged in activities that were an extension of another part of you that had never been tapped into in the classroom. This was a part of you that you could just put it all out there and try to be an actor or a singer, try out for the musical, right? So being a part of the chorus at Oklahoma in 8th grade at Kylie Junior High School was something that I'll never forget. But don't ask me about the assessments I took, but I remember being in Oklahoma in the 8th grade at Kylie. So you're absolutely right, being in All City, being in Madrigal, having the music, arts, all of that stuff front and center, making sure that I collaborate with the folks who have already done it, have been doing it for 10 years, free of charge. I know that there is a vision for several principals. I want to say Mr. Ortiz over at STEM just expanded his program to include band. I know that Principal Roberts over at Swan, she showed me her music room, big, beautiful new facility. She plans on filling those hallways with music next school year. She's already budgeted for it. So teachers have a vision. I know that we have a nationally recognized band at SciTech. We want to make sure that we expand upon that. So working with our award-winning budget department, I was pretty impressed to see that he's been winning awards. Working with him to figure that out. The man seems like he's a genius. So I want to sit down and pick his brain, see what we can do about permanent funding, not temporary funding, but to really give all of our students that creative outlet. But I also have to applaud you all for creating the Conservatory of the Arts. So that is huge. Not many districts have a school that is dedicated to the arts. And I think that is a huge step in the right direction to ensure that we do exactly what you're saying. Sustained, equitable opportunities for all students who want to, right? Whosoever will come. And then let them have that creative outlet and enjoy the journey. Enjoy the journey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Donnell. We might have some time for another question if the school committee members have another question. If not, then we'll move.
I'll try to make it brief.
We're going to go back in the same order, or anybody could just go?
Just right now, if anybody has
I have
another question. Vice Chair Gonzalez?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Donnell. I think it's been no secret throughout this process that there are some serious ideological differences as it relates to this body of governance, rooted in many different reasons. And as a school committee member, for me personally, I want to know from you, what is your comfort level navigating those ideological differences in between hard decisions? Because I think that, with the exception of my colleagues, I certainly represent a different generation with respect to my colleagues at the table, and rooted there is a different ideological difference on how we approach the politics of the work and also the policies and the social issues that are wrapped around public education. And I'm curious to what your approach to that is. Is your candidacy a continuation of what we've seen, the griping sometimes that we've heard from community members, or is it a difference? And are you willing to be in those uncomfortable areas to make a change and a difference?
Thank you, Vice Chair Gonzalez. Dr. Donnell?
That is a very good question. I appreciate that question because it definitely gives me an opportunity to clarify that I'm not a politician, but I do respect all of you who have the guts for that type of glory. But I am developing my political acumen. So I, again, am part of a network of these amazing women who have been there, done that, and who have been tried by fire. I've been friends, close personal friends with women who have been fired on the spot, who have been walked out of school board meetings, who have been through it. And these are women of color. So you can only imagine the impact that is added when you are a non-traditional leader in a very traditional world. My comfort level is increasing. I am learning as I go. I've had to have some courageous conversations in my 33 years. I have increased my level of compassion and patience because at one time I had very little for what I would perceive as foolishness or people who have motives that are not rooted and grounded in what's best for our students. So as long as I am dealing with individuals who have their intentions in the right place, I am willing to grab a seat, pull up to the table, and have that courageous conversation. As long as I'm dealing with like-minded people who want to ensure the safety, success, and well-being of our students and families, I am willing to have those courageous conversations. However, if there are individuals who don't share the passion and compassion for the success of our students, then I will definitely struggle a bit trying to have conversations with them because there's nothing that I could say to them at that time that they would listen to and seriously reflect on that would make a significant change for our students. So I am willing, sir, to work with everyone, and I, again, am developing my political acumen. I have had those conversations, very challenging conversations, with union members, with union leaders, with politicians, with people who have tried to lead us and guide us in areas away from student achievement and excellence and success. So I've had those conversations. And at times I've had to draw that line in the sand and say, I'm not coming any further because if I cross this line, it means that I've turned my back on the children. And I'm not willing to turn my back on our children. So it will be a challenge. I'm willing to learn. I'm here for the long haul, and I welcome every opportunity to collaborate and definitely consider what needs to be done as a team to ensure that our students are front and center.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gonzalez. Thank you, Dr. Donnell. Any other questions or
I
comments?
have a question, Mayor.
Attorney
If
Murphy,
we have enough
please.
time.
Yep.
I think we just got insulted by Mr. Gonzalez, insulted the majority of the board, I think.
Never.
So a little bit to piggyback on what Mr. Gonzalez said. One of the things that struck me in the last almost 16 years that I've been on the school committee is sort of the lack of representation of certain groups in the employee, with respect to the employees, particularly teachers and administrators. You know, as we know and as we're told often that the district is more than 60% Latino. I believe it's up to 65% now. And most of our teachers and administrators are women. And we have, I think, a dearth of men, particularly men of color, that, you know, for example, when my kids went to Zanetti, which is K through 8, my son had one male teacher that entire time. So not that there's, not to disparage female teachers who do a fantastic job, but I do think men, particularly men of color,
Yes.
would be good in our district. And we could
Agreed.
recruit more somehow, but it hasn't really happened. Our numbers have moved a little bit, not much at all. And it's the same thing that I see anyway with the numbers with respect to Latinos. of all
Agreed.
Men, male, female, whatever the gender. So how would you address it? We've been, I think, trying, all of us in good faith, trying to address that problem. And it hasn't really worked. And so do you have any ideas around how we could sort of close that gap and attract men of color, particularly, men in general, but men of color, and more Latinos in the upper echelons of the district and in the teaching ranks?
You are spot on, Attorney Murphy. You know,
Dr.
I,
Donnell, can I interrupt you?
Yes.
Really quickly, because I actually have the combined question.
Okay.
And I just want you to, you talked earlier on about the zone being further ahead in their DEI efforts. And I wondered if you could incorporate that into Peter's question, because I have a son who's in the zone who has 90% teachers of color. So I'm
Okay.
interested to hear how, what's worked, what hasn't worked, and what might you bring to the district to piggyback off of Attorney
Okay.
Murphy's question.
Okay, great. I thought your voice was coming from somewhere else. I was like, where's that voice? So I appreciate the fact that you're combining those things, because you're spot on. Both of you are spot on. And I did take a look at our data on DESE, and in 2023, our administrators, we had 3 straight years of a decrease in our Hispanic administrators. And we also had a decrease, 3 consecutive years of a decrease in some of our other areas for administrators. But we had a significant increase in our paras of color and diversity. So a decrease, but an increase, 3 straight years of an increase of Hispanic paras. How do we leverage that opportunity to create pipelines and strengthen those pipelines? Now, Springfield Public Schools already has pipelines for paras to become teachers, and so I love their vision, but as Attorney Murphy said, it seems like it's incremental growth, and in some areas, it seems like we're slipping backwards. My primary question is, why are we losing some Hispanic administrators? Has anyone taken the time to conduct an exit survey or an exit interview with them to find out where they're going, why are they leaving, and what could we have done differently to retain them? So asking the folks who are leaving for help with some of the solutions, asking current Hispanic administrators, what can we do? Why were you attracted here? What's making you stay? And how can we make sure that we increase? Making sure that we're recruiting. I know Valerie Williams told me some really great ideas and plans that they have. Recruiting from Puerto Rico, recruiting from HBCUs, doing that work, taking a look at the data, the current data of where we are with that, and then figuring out ways that we can increase the number of men of color, Hispanic administrators, and ensuring that we're creating a welcoming environment. One thing that we did at Commerce was when we got a new teacher, I had partnered with a realtor, I partnered with an apartment complex, and whenever we interviewed someone who we thought was really promising, I immediately sent a follow-up email sharing with them the name of the realtor, sharing with them the apartment complex, and also sharing with them a phone number for a teacher, a new teacher or a second-year teacher in the building that I had asked if, hey, you know, you and this teacher seem like you might hit it off, have a few things in common. Do you mind if I share your number with them so that they could start creating that social network, creating that social connection? So, you know, the community of teachers that we were trying to develop, helping them make connections was something that caused some of them to stay a little longer than they planned, because we had a lot of Teach for America teachers who were coming from the Midwest, and they left their families back home. They came all the way to Springfield, and they felt lonely. So the social connections were critical for us to recruit and retain them. Taking a look at HBCUs, which colleges have education programs that we can partner with. Taking a look at, I want to say, the student-to-teacher program. I know there's something in Springfield Public Schools. Mr. Warwick spearheaded an opportunity for our current students to take a closer look at teaching as a career. So having them collaborate with teachers, and I know there's internship opportunities that students are currently availing themselves of that are related to the educational profession. So really being intentional around who is able to participate in those internship opportunities, being intentional around creating social circles for teachers of color to feel comfortable, being intentional about taking a look at teachers of color who have taken a non-traditional route to education. So often we're just looking at education programs as opposed to taking a page from the book of Teach Western Mass or Teach for America, taking a look at non-traditional educators, and really creating that professional development opportunity to develop those skills that will help them to be awesome teachers. I know that principals have done that, and they've looked at their roster of former players on their football team and said, I think you have the qualities of being a great teacher. And one thing leads to another. Fill out the application for Teach for America, and those former students on their team who got their bachelor's degree are now teaching in some of their schools. So just really collaborating with folks, making sure that we're talking to principals, looking at non-traditional ways, and recruiting and retaining by creating social circles. People of color need to feel safe. We need to find out from the Hispanic administrators why they left, what we can do differently, and the current ones that we have, what are we doing well in order to keep them, and what can we improve on?
Any other questions from any school committee members?
And I'm sorry, I did not finish answering your question about the zone. I am actually missing an anti-racism PD right now with Dr. Love. She's a nationally known anti-racist abolitionist, and that's what the zone is doing. They're pretty much saying, hey, look, we recognize racism exists. We know that we can't really move forward with equity unless we all deal with our subconscious and unconscious biases. So let's put together these PDs, a series of PDs. Let's get some national experts in here to talk to us about the elephant in the room. So they're flushing it out, they're exposing it, and they're dealing with it head on.
Thank you, Dr. Miller.
Yep.
Any other school committee members' question? Ms. Gresham?
Yes, Dr. Donnell.
Yes.
I know last night we spoke about professional development and coaching for teachers. So can you expand a little bit on that? Because you did talk about coaching model that you had some experience with.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So another thing that I really learned at Commerce was to really humble myself and enter into a mutually beneficial learning relationship with teachers and administrators. I came in thinking that I knew instruction and that I could make sure that teachers were doing what they were supposed to be doing just because I said so. Not the case. I definitely understood that there was so much more to helping teachers grow than just giving them directives. I learned real quick that you have to have a relationship. So I, again, humbled myself, made sure that I came in as a learner. I took a learner stance, started looking through a learner's lens, and we had a 6 Ps protocol for coaching. I wish I could remember all the Ps, but I know I can find the document. But it really grounded coaching in growth and not a gotcha. It removed the stigma of evaluation and brought growth front and center. Yes, there's a place for evaluation. I know we have to have evaluation, but coaching conversations are critical for growth. It creates a climate for safe conversation where teachers can be vulnerable. They can say, I really do need help in that area. No, I don't really know about tech sets. Well, you know, I often hear about scaffolding and differentiation, but I really don't know what they are. And then we go about supporting them and learning that. We take a look at their gaps. We figure out, okay, what are the professional development opportunities to fill those gaps? But more importantly, we have a conversation that leads the teacher to that aha moment, where they take a look at their moves in the classroom, they take a look at the student moves in the classroom, and they say, you know what? I should have provided more actionable and focused feedback to Leroy on number 3. I only asked him, what do you think you should do next? I should have given him more guidance. And those aha moments give rise to an improved delivery of that instructional strategy. So really being that guide on the side as opposed to that sage on the stage, and really understanding that it takes a great deal of humility and collaboration to grow a teacher who has a desire to grow. We have awesome teachers. We have amazing, dedicated teachers and educators, not just teachers, but educators. And it really would behoove us to step back for a minute, engage in some self-reflection, and then re-enter the relationship and the conversation in a way that will give them the courage and let them know that they're not alone and that nobody's out to get them. It's all about the growth.
Thank you, Dr. Neal. Thank you, Ms. Gresham. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, that concludes our first candidate. And we thank you very, very much, Dr. Donnell, for having the courage to apply for this position. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Mary Jo will take a little bit of a recess. We'll take a recess and we'll be back shortly. Thank you very, very much. We'll call the meeting back in session.
No,
Thank you, everybody, for your patience and understanding.
They shut them off.
We will shortly meet our second candidate, Renee Sanchez, will be coming to the stage. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Just going over the ground rules again, we will open up, or I'll open up with a question that all school committee members want to know, a general question of why you should be our next superintendent.
Right.
And at that point in time, every school committee member will have a question. If time permits, there might be a second question to you, sir. So, with that, thank you very much for applying. And if you could tell us, Mr. Sanchez, why would you like to be our next superintendent?
Okay, thank you so much. It is an absolute pleasure to be here, to be able to interview for the position of Springfield Superintendent and to in front of the board and here at Van Sickle. So why I would like to be Springfield Superintendent. So the Springfield Superintendency and the Springfield School District itself, it is, it goes between the second and third largest school district in New England. And so it's an urban school district and a diverse school district. And 25 of my 30 years or so of experience have been in either large school districts or in urban school districts. So being in an urban environment is part of my blood. It's part of my DNA. And when this position was posted, it really was something that drew my attention and said that I would have the ability at least to apply for a nationally influential school district here in Springfield. And so that is why I applied. So it would be an absolute honor to be able to take up the mantle for the current Portrait of a Graduate and strategic plan work, as well as work very closely with the Springfield Empowerment Zone like I did with the Empowerment Zone in South Bend, Indiana. And so for me, the Portrait of a Graduate, the strategic plan, and the ideas around asset-based mindset, as well as making sure that students have an individual on the campus that they can look to when they need it. And so all of these things are aligned to my values as an educator and are aligned to my values as a person. And so that is why Springfield for me is an amazing opportunity and why I applied and why I've been prepping for it since the opportunity arose.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
You're welcome.
We'll now start with Ms. Hurst, please.
Good evening, Renee. Bienvenidos.
Thank you. Gracias.
I actually had an opportunity to watch last night's community forum. And I said to the previous candidate that I understand that my question might not be the most popular, but I do believe it's an important question, and an important question not only for myself, but for those in the viewing audience and for others who have been along the journey of this superintendent search. And so I understand that you've done a great deal of due diligence and research on the district, and I have to imagine that through that research, you also saw the challenges and the struggles of this superintendent process. And that there was a lot of consternation and disagreement around the process and the lack of democracy. And so with that being said, I'd like to hear from you. How would you navigate that as our next superintendent? How would you have approached it differently? And what made you continue to want to apply for this, considering the fraughtness of this process?
Thank you for that question. So I might have you repeat it after I answer the first part. So how would I navigate it? So should I be selected to be the Springfield superintendent? I think it's going to be really important to meet with individual members of the board as a whole, to understand how the process was decided to go forward. And then as well, it would be really important for me to meet with the students, to meet with the community, and to meet with others who had the issues with the superintendent process and listen to their concerns, not just about the superintendent process, but about other concerns that they may have, because I believe that there's going to have to be some sort of reparative work with the community, just so that when I come in, that I can start working on that trust as the leader for this school district, because it's going to be really important to start off on a very strong note. And by establishing trust and establishing transparency and establishing that I want to be able to listen, I think it's really important for me to do that within the first couple of weeks. Okay, then the second part was, how would I have done things differently? Okay, so I think I would have wanted to hear both sides more attentively, and met with the board, or at least spoke with board members to get their input. And I don't know if I would have changed the process, but I think it would have been really important for us to be able to explain why we're doing what we're doing. And I think we did, but it wasn't in a way that that the community felt like they were being listened to. So I think it was really important that if we do something like this again, that we take the opportunity to really listen. And the last part of why I'm impressed that I remembered all three parts. The why did I continue to do it? I feel like my skill set revolving around being able to see the extent of systems and the systems within the systems that connect one another, that I could come in and be able to hit the ground running and be able to address not only the academic and social emotional needs of the students, but also work closely with the board and work closely with the teachers union and the students, so that way we can get to working on building trust, building transparency, and setting the goals, so that way we can achieve the goals of the strategic plan and the portrait of a graduate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Attorney Murphy, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon.
It's good to see you're healthy, sir.
Good evening. So this is a question I also put to the last candidate, and it is that our district is approximately 63, 64% Latino, and our teachers' ranks and our administrative staff does not reflect that diversity. I was wondering, I also think that there is a dearth of men in teaching, and particularly in Springfield. And although I'm told that the empowerment zone does a better job of that, but in my experience, having 3 children go to the Springfield Public Schools all the way through, there were very few teachers that were men, and particularly men of color. And I was wondering, how would you, as superintendent, attract and retain more teachers that were men, particularly men of color, and more diversity, particularly Latinos, into our teaching and administrative ranks?
I don't know if that feedback was me, but I apologize. So first, I was really fortunate to meet with members of the cabinet yesterday during my tour, and when we were talking, I think it's Ms. Shea, who is the human resources director or chief. People shared on the many different pathways that Springfield already has to draw students into teaching, paraprofessionals into teaching, teachers into administrators. And I think that's where the strength of Springfield lies, is to make sure that we are able to tap into the resources that we have locally. Now, if we were to try, that will help us in the long term, which is very, very important. But I think if we were to do things immediately to try to build a more diverse workforce, there's a couple things that need to take place. Number one, we need to look at the budget and see if are we walking the talk within the budget, so that way we can get out and recruit others from either the surrounding areas or further away. And then the second thing is, I was speaking with a friend of mine who lives in the area and listens to a lot of the things that are on the news, and listens to teachers from other school districts, and there's a certain perception about Springfield. And that's something that we have to begin working on changing, for us to be able to recruit strong teachers of all, strong, qualified teachers. And so, in my opinion, that would be something that, as we continue to work on our transparency, as we continue to work on our collaborative nature, that will be something that will recruit teachers. And Springfield does an amazing job with professional development already. That's one of the strengths that I keep hearing and I keep reading about. So I think if teachers and paraprofessionals and administrators are able to receive this just-in-time professional development, and it's aligned to the strategic plan, that it's going to be something that they'll want to stay with us, because as they get stronger in their craft, they're going to develop and they're going to want to become leaders. And we're going to need to be able to find spots for them and opportunities for them, so that way they don't leave us and go to other districts. But I think that's really important, is to make sure that we have the opportunities for the teachers for growth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Vice Chair Gonzalez, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for taking the time and for submitting your candidacy for the role. My question is centered around high-performance standards and student success. Most recently, The Economist published an article centered around Springfield Public Schools' performance, the headline being that new numbers show falling standards in American high schools, utilizing Springfield as a case study, where the graduation rate has increased, but other indicators of student performance, such as the SAT, measures of English and math proficiency, are down. So given that context, how would you, if you were selected as the next superintendent, drive high-performance standards and student success outside of the key performance indicators that perhaps the outgoing superintendent has rested on and was part of his success?
It's a very interesting question. So there's two components to it, right? So the first part is, as we're increasing, we're meeting the expectations that have been set by Massachusetts for our next generation accountability standards. So within those categories, Springfield is doing extremely well, and among the best urban school district in the state of Massachusetts in almost every category. So that's the first part. But I did look at those statistics that you mentioned, not from the article, but within the accountability system as a whole. There is going to be opportunities for us to grow the number of students who take advanced classes, who earn certifications, and who potentially take college courses while they are in school, but then also be able to go on to university, because it's really important for them not just to go on to university, but also to be able to matriculate at least to that second year. Because like ninth grade, that freshman year of college is incredibly important, and it will determine whether or not they graduate from college. So my history, and again, one of my values, is coming in with extremely high expectations. And so by coming in with those expectations, and it's all over Portrait of the Grad, all over strategic plan, everywhere within the text, it involves making sure that we have a high level of expectation for every student, no matter who you are, no matter what student identity you have, but we want to make sure you're doing well. So now it gets back to, do we have enough advanced placement classes? Do we have enough opportunities for students to take college while they are in high school? Then, once we determine whether or not we have those opportunities, they can't just enroll in them in ninth grade. We have to go back, we have to backwards design it to make sure that the middle schools are putting students in place. So our high schools will have to vertically align with the middle school, and I think there's some work that's being done right now in order to vertically align the work in the curriculum department, which is amazing, because that having a common set of expectations for what's going on in sixth aligns with seventh with eighth. That is going to go a really long way to make sure that the students are prepared for when they get to those post-secondary opportunities at the high school level. So that being said, that is just the school. The next thing we have to do is that we have to start partnering with our colleges. We have to start partnering with with any other organizations that are really focused on getting students into college, because our students are going to may have a hard time getting in there if they're the first generation student to ever go to college from their family, or maybe they're the only one from Springfield at a particular university. That is a challenge that students will have. I was really fortunate when I went to my undergrad, 1,500 miles from home. I had 4 students from my graduating class, or 3 students plus me, in the freshman year at Notre Dame. And so we were able to bond together and make sure that we looked after one another. And so providing the students with the academic ability, providing them with the executive functioning and social and emotional ability to be successful in college, making sure that we're removing barriers for them to complete FAFSA and apply for scholarships, and then making sure that our curriculum is guaranteed and viable and vertically aligned so that they're prepared when they get there. And again, this also does come down to, if this is something that we want to happen, then we need to make sure that we budget for it, because advanced placement training across the board can be expensive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Just noticing, I know you were in Houston, and you were in South Bend, and then Vermont Lake Champlain, which is a very, very small school district. And really, we have a strong minority population here. And I'm also glad, I know last night, that you made commending on some of the things that we've done here, especially Superintendent Warwick, who's done a tremendous job. But I also noticed in my checks that you were not re-upped in those situations, or you left on the situation. Could you clarify that from your last position in Vermont?
Sure. Number one, there was a change in board leadership, so the vision of that I had and the vision of the boards changed. And then on top of that, there was some work that we were doing that I felt was really important. It was part of that vision. And so that's why we decided to go our separate ways. And as you will see, and some places where superintendents change over, it's because the board leadership does change, or the board majority does change. And so that's the reason why I left.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Ms. Gresham?
And just to be certain, it's not that I wasn't re-upped, I resigned.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Different R word. Ms. Gresham?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Sanchez, thank you for submitting your application for candidacy as superintendent. And my question is, if selected, what would be your primary goal as superintendent of Springfield Public Schools?
God, there's so many. But I think the number one thing is for the teachers, the students, the communities of Springfield to get to know who I am, what I value, and how my values and how my visibility, my presence in their communities, in their restaurants, in their churches, at their festivals, or at their choir concerts and games, why I do that. And for me, it's really making sure that they see that I am all in for Springfield. And so there is a lot of great work that is already taking place. But for me, if I want to be able to take Springfield to the next level, I have to get others on board as well. And so being present, having conversations, and being transparent in my actions, I think is going to go a long way. So I think that would be my priority. I could keep going about other priorities, but I think you only wanted one, so I'll do that one. Along those same lines, I think it's going to be really important for me to be able to get to know and work closely with our cabinet, be able to get to know and really work with the principals, and understand that the needs that they have, both academics and facilities and social emotional, and really work closely with the mayor, because a lot of the things that we need to address in our school district also come from the city as well. So as long as we're working closely together and we're making sure that if things are occurring out in the community that are coming into our schools, that we are working with the community to address them before they come into our schools. I was reading an article today, I can send it to you later on, but essentially that if schools engage students well enough so that they experience a certain level of belonging, that it actually helps deal with the issues outside of school. And so, because they have that one place, much like that primary person model that is being expected, if they have that one person at the school that they really feel a kindredship with and they feel safe, then we can help address the issues outside of school, and we can really be part of their lives.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gresham. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Collins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Mr. Sanchez.
Hi, good to see you again.
My question is, which position that you've held do you feel has best prepared you to be superintendent, and why?
Superintendent again, I guess? Yeah.
Superintendent of Springfield, how about that?
Okay, there you go. So, I think I really want to say resident assistant, but I'm not going to say resident assistant this time. I'll say it another time. I think being the principal of Cesar Chavez in Southeast Houston prepared me extremely well for what came after. In Houston, we were fortunate to have the model where the only required positions in the building were the principal and the principal's assistant. Everything else, you had the ability to create. And so because we had that ability for improvisation, we made sure that we took care of our 3,200 students, our students that were 95% free and reduced lunch, our students who were 99.9% students of color. Because of the way Texas did special education, we only had 10%, but we had a lot of students who had a lot more needs for special education, and we also had a high ELL population as well. So that kind of improvisation where I got to work with the community, work with our teachers to design a wall-to-wall career high school where we had 4 different pathways. We had engineering, health science, environmental science, and media and design. So during that time during those 6 years that I was there, by the time I finished my tenure there, we were graduating over 40 pharmacy tech graduates a year. Even though we were an urban high school, we were producing over 10 veterinary techs each year. And if we had had more veterinarians in our area, we would have had more kids graduating. And so also within that, when I decided to, with my site-based decision-making team, move into a international baccalaureate school, which took a little bit of time, we were able to do it because we had the money to do it, we had the personnel to do it, and we had, we had the ganas to do it because it was something that I'm going to hold up my hand. This is not Michigan, but if Houston was the face of a clock, all of the IB programs fit between 12 and 8. My school was at 4. So we were the only ones. So we felt like it was going to be really important to do something for our students. And even though we had resistance from central office at the time, we had the belief in our kids that we could do it. So in its first graduating class in 2019, we graduated 8 or 9 IB grads with their diploma, which when people said there was no way that a Chavez High School grad could ever graduate on a diploma, we were very happy. And it was a team effort to do that. So then we created the career program so that way the students that were part of those career pathways could earn an IB diploma. Then I convinced a middle school to create the middle years program and an elementary school to create a primary years program so that way we will, in 2035, 2036, have a student walk across the stage at Chavez High School that has spent their entire career, their entire educational career in Southeast Houston, going through an IB vertical team. And so those decisions, along with the fine arts that I described last night, is something that I think I'm really proud of. And being able to do those things for my large number of students within the community and then be able to support them beyond that, I think really prepared me for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Naylor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, welcome.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. I have a question for you around student activity and engagement. A lot of testing requirements, a lot of assessments has created a very boring educational experience for a lot of our students. They're struggling. They're very smart. A lot of them are bored. And I understand the requirements academically and frameworks and all of those things, but can you share what would be your vision or strategy or strategy as to how you would be able to employ some more creative ways to engage students so that they're able to feel the fun and excitement of school while also learning and meeting those academic necessities, and ensuring that we have that in the budget and it's sustained?
Okay. Thank you for this question. So there's a couple of things that are going to be extremely important to do early on. So the first thing is to be able to meet with Ms. Balch, who's the head of the curriculum department, to find out what the expectations are from grade 3 all the way, from 3 years old all the way to graduating high school, and see what are the assessments, what are the summative assessments, what are the interim assessments that are expected. I also want to make sure, like, what is the expectation, because I read somewhere, but I want to make sure that we don't have necessarily a completely scripted curriculum or instruction plan. If we do, then the second part, kind of part B of this first one, is making sure that we speak with the students and find out what it is that we're doing right now is not working for them. Because we should be working towards students being able to have the ability to share what they're learning, how they're learning it, and how they go about participating in the class through some kind of choice. Mm-hmm. And so if they are able to respond and show that they know the standard that the teacher is teaching early on, then maybe they can be given enrichment to do as opposed to waiting for all the other students to catch up to them. So I know that when I was in the zone yesterday at Duggan, we talked about the idea of standards-based grading and how long it would take to do, but I've seen a lot of places where that was extremely successful in engaging students so that they had the ability to show what they've learned, if they learned it right away. If they didn't master it the first time and they mastered it later, the teacher has the ability to go back and change that original grade because they now have showed that they've learned it. So I guess the number 2 is making sure that when we're addressing this, that we're talking with the students and we're talking with the teachers. Because I think when it gets down to having to assess the students, that's data that we very much need. Because if we're going to monitor their strategic plan and the portrait of a graduate, and we have to have that data. but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to have students taking extremely standardized tests. If a student can show that they've mastered a particular subject or a particular standard, then we should be able to enter it into a grade book of some kind, so that way it's being recorded. And so that's kind of a long way of saying that it's really important to look into what's going on right now, how we got there, and then make sure that we have feedback from the people who are doing it on the ground, the students and the teachers, so that way we can support both along the way, because teachers will need the professional development to change their teaching if they give us the feedback that they need the help to do it. Along the way, if we really want our students to buy into what's being taught, we need to make sure that we are providing examples and visions of themselves within the curriculum. So we have to make sure that our curriculum is culturally relevant so that way they can buy in. The beauty of Springfield being the city of firsts is that there's so much history here so they can see themselves in the history of Springfield. If we want to talk about their culture or a different form of their identity, we can find ways of that culture or that identity either in Springfield or in Massachusetts or somewhere in the country. There's the opportunity for us to do that. So as we're designing our curriculum, looking for that engagement, even using that as part of our assessment to make sure that students are learning. And I think they'll be more engaged because they'll feel like they belong when they see themselves in the curriculum.
And about the budget piece as well. How would you ensure that there's the budget to cover those items that you just talked about?
So I said this last night, and I keep saying it over and over again, a budget is a moral document, right? It really tells us and tells the community what it is that we value. And so, let me see if I get this quote right. A system is perfectly designed to produce what it is supposed to produce. It's something like that. But in essence is, if we put certain inputs into a system, we are going to get what those inputs produce. So if we don't put the right inputs in, whether it's resources, people, training, time, then we're not going to get those things. So we have to make sure that we're providing for the system early on, and that's why we need to listen to the teachers and the students and the curriculum department and actually look at the data too, to be sure that is the system already producing that? If it's not, we need to make sure that the inputs have been altered to produce what we want it to produce.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, I believe we do have some more time if any of the school committee members have any questions that they might like to ask. Ms. Gresham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Sanchez, I have a question. Have you ever built or had a role in a complete district budget? Rebuilding it?
The last 3 years, yes.
Can you expand a little bit on that?
Yes, so the budget process in Champlain Valley it starts in October when we start looking at class sizes, we start looking at needs for operations, and we make sure that, and we start meeting with the principals to let them know if the class sizes have gotten too small or too big, and we arrange to add teachers or add counselors or add social workers to the people on to the FTEs that they have on their campus. Then along the way, we start looking at how much is this actually going to cost us in the long run if we just merely roll over the budget. And so we have the budget analysts. That is their job to make sure that all of our revenue is going to be coming in, to make sure that we're not going to have to cut along the way. And then we have to present our special ed budget, our general ed budget, the operations budget to the school board, and they look at it very closely to make sure that, and they ask really good questions to make sure that we're not just adding things that may not necessarily be required, but we're just adding it. Then come, let's see, then come January, the board approves the budget. But then, now the board and I have to get out into the community. We go to the town, to each of the 5 towns. We go to the Rotaries. We go to every place that we possibly can to engage the voters, because they're the ones who approve the budget at the end. So they approve the budget during town meeting. This past year, due to a change in school finance, 30 districts across Vermont, and we were one of them, their budget didn't get approved. Part of the main reason was because when it came back, many of our town's taxes were over 25%, an increase of over 25%. So when that happened, we took on a huge, I don't know, it was a much bigger outreach campaign. And so I spent a lot of time at the high school, working with our student council and our seniors. We made sure that we had a presence on social media. We made sure that we went back to the towns. And every opportunity that we could, we were talking about the budget. And so when it failed 40-60 the first time, it passed 60-40 the second time. And so to me, it's incredibly critical to have an eye on the budget from, it's a year-round process, because we'll have the quarterly reports to see how well we're doing against the allocations, and then we will know right off the bat if things are being, if we're overspending or underspending. And then when we get to the process when we're starting the budget all over again, we have to have those discussions about, do we continue those things, or do we provide more money for the things we're overspending?
So, if I may follow up with that. So, the school board doesn't approve the budget, it's the outside people?
So the school board, they approve the budget to go to the voters. So it's like they're approving an article on a ballot. And then the ballots are used. And so we have the main budget. We have an article that says we are using or we're not using our fund balance. And then we usually have, since we're on a bus replacement timeline, we'll usually buy 3 buses as well. And then the last couple of years, we've had small bonds that we've had to add to the ballot as well. And so everything has passed except the budget that one time, and then it passed on the next vote.
All right, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Gresham. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Any other questions of school committee members?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Naylor, please.
My question for you is regarding teacher retention, especially for teachers of color. And what is your strategy for ensuring that not only are we hiring a large number of teachers of color, because we do have a very high, when you look at the data, our hiring numbers and recruitment numbers are very, very good when it comes to staff of color. However, almost the same way that we get them in, we get them out, right? We see them leaving. And so what is your strategy to ensure that there's a work environment, a culture that is welcoming, and also that is able to recruit and maintain those folks of color, and also ensure that there's a pathway for them into leadership?
So I would want to look very closely at what we have in place for mentorship for new teachers, because that mentor can really help you, not just with the academic side, but it can really help you, where do I get my copy code? Where can I leave my stuff during the day? So you really get the nitty-gritty part of being a teacher and employee at the same time. So we need to really look and see, is there a curriculum that's there? Are the mentors being paid enough? In order to do that, are we providing the mentee with a stipend to make sure that they're meeting along the way? One of the other things that I was thinking about yesterday, as I was talking with some of the principals, is there a way for them to have a monthly training just for the new teachers on their campus? When I was the director, the chief of operations in South Bend, Indiana, I did universal design training for new teachers every month And so, because I felt like they needed to have stuff above and beyond what other people were getting, and they needed to start feeling at home within the district to make sure that they felt respected. They felt like that they had opportunities for development, and just also a way for them to respond, to ask questions. Because when being a new teacher can sometimes be really isolating. And when you're isolated, you don't necessarily feel successful. And the goal for us is to allow them to feel successful. The research shows that around November, our new teachers are like, oh my gosh, it's still 6 months to the end of the school year. And so there's kind of the doldrums that they go into. So knowing that, we have to make sure that we're providing the teachers with opportunities for growth, and love and respect, and honor during that time, to make sure that they get through those doldrums, and they start going up with hope earlier than March. Now, retention and pipelines, I think we have to observe how well the pipelines are working right now. Are they fully funded? Do we have enough people who are part of the training component of the pipelines? Because it could be that we have the pipelines, but not enough people leading it, so that the classes are too small. I think it's also it's responsible for me to encourage the school officers and to encourage the principals. I need for you to find me talent. I need for you to find me all kinds of talent, and make sure that they are given the opportunity to participate in these pipelines. And then, of course, I want to be part of the curriculum of those pipelines, so that they can see that I value them tremendously, because I want them to come and work at central office, or I want them to become a principal along the way. And so it's really just being able to make sure that we honor those things, and make sure that if they are able to expand, allow them to expand.
Thank you.
And that will take budget.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, Ms. Daly.
Mr.
Any-
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, please, thank you. Mr. Sanchez, can you talk a little bit about the zone that you referenced earlier?
Sure.
And yes, I'd like to hear more about what that looked like in your previous district versus what it was that you learned about the zone in our district.
Okay. So the zone in South Bend was modeled after the zone here. The same organization was part of helping them build out. So it was an agreement that the superintendent made in order for the state to not take over the four or five schools that were going to be under the South Bend Empowerment Zone. So the first year was almost business as usual, except those four schools were under the leadership of the executive director of the zone. The superintendent sat on the board, and so was able to make sure that all the services that we were providing, that the zone had them equally. Then when we came to the end of the first year, there was going to be almost wholesale change because they wanted to make sure that they had the right teachers in place. So they kept some teachers and they let other teachers go. So as a HR director, it was my job to make sure that they had the teachers hired that they needed, but also to bring those teachers back into the fold into the South Bend schools, so that way we could honor the contract between us and the collective bargaining association there. Also, as the head of HR and as the head of transportation, it was our responsibility to come up with the amount of money that our services are required, would cost if they were being offered, because that's how the zone paid the school district for those services. So they kept HR, but then if they dropped transportation and went with First Student, who is here as well. And so that process of being able to negotiate and being able to really define what the school district brings to the table in the zone was really important to us. Now, as far as like their, the part of their, their creation of their curriculum, the creation of their leadership programs, things like that, that was all theirs. But we worked closely to make sure that that their students were our students and our students were their students, because it's really important to, yes, you may be under a different title, but the money that comes to us from the state is for everybody. The data that goes to the state is everybody. If something happens at that school that requires us to, like there's an emergency or something else that's happening there, we're going to have to respond. There are schools, there are students. And so that part is very impressed upon me, and the conversations that I had yesterday while I was there, I was really happy that they're happy to do that as well. And so when I'm able to come in, if I'm able to come in, I want to make sure that I'm having those conversations right off the bat to make sure, how can I help you? And how can we work more closely together? How can we learn from you? And how can you learn from us?
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Vice Chair Gonzalez?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Sanchez, it's no secret that school boards, not only our school committee or board locally, but across this nation certainly have differences of opinion and ideological differences. I'm curious to, one, how do you navigate those waters, still be successful? And the second part is, what's your leadership philosophy?
So, two-part answer for the first part. All of you are here for one or more reasons. And many of those reasons overlap. So when there are disagreements or there's an opportunity to expand our knowledge or through learning, or there's opportunities to come together, those things that we have in common are the most critical things that we have to come back and remember, that that's why we're here. And so there will be disagreements, but then we have to say, yes, we're here for the kids. So we have to have the ability to disagree, but then we have to have the ability to walk away, and then when we come back together, it's about the kids. Let's see, that was part A. I forgot part B. The second part, I'll come back to part B when I remember it. The other part of part B for me is, I mentioned systems before, and this is also going to relate to the leadership philosophy. Systems for me are what the school district is able to, those are our outcomes, right? And so our students and everybody else, they're part of our inputs. And so as the leader of the school district on the administrative side, I'll be your only employee. It's going to be my job to make sure that whatever it is, whatever those ideas that we have in common, those are always going to be our North Star. And then I have to make sure that those things come into the system and drive what we do. And so it'll be my job to remind everyone of that. The second part, my leadership philosophy, there's several components. So first, I am a lifelong learner. I am very curious, and if you watched yesterday, you will know that I ask a lot of questions. It is difficult to not be asking questions yet, but I ask a lot of questions because I need more clarity. I need definition of terms. I need to understand how certain things have been done in Springfield, how certain things have been done in Massachusetts, and really make sure that I have a full grasp before I begin working with a team to create projects. So that's the first thing. The second thing is understanding that I feel like it's important for me to model and do things that I expect my leaders from my cabinet and my principals to be able to do, because I will not ask them to do something that I'm not willing to do myself. And so that can be called, I'm not sure what you would call that. Sometimes I call it servant leadership, because I feel like I'm really wanting to make sure that they have what they need, the students have what they need, the cabinet has what they need to be successful. And I will come back, I will tell one story about this quickly. So I took a class, a leadership class from the University of Texas, from their business school, and the professor described his conversation with a CEO, a tech CEO, that the CEO said his leadership style was that leaders move furniture. And it's this idea that if he's having or she's having their salespeople moving the furniture, then they're not making the calls, they're not sending the emails, they're not making the sales. If the engineers are the ones who are moving the furniture, then they're not being innovative, they're not serving the company. So for me, I feel like if I can remove the barriers for our teachers and for our principals, and so that they can focus on the kids, then I'm leading in a way that people will follow me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Collins, please.
This is a follow-up to your opening.
Sure.
Where you talked about how Springfield, you were attracted to us because we were unique and that. Are you currently an applicant in other districts, or have you recently been?
Recently, yes. Not currently.
Massachusetts also?
Some in Massachusetts, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Any other questions? I just have a follow-up, and I noted in your presentation, Mr. Sanchez, that you commending a lot of things that we're doing in the city of Springfield. We're far from perfect, but under the leadership of Superintendent Warwick, tremendous gains, and we've been recognized not only throughout the Commonwealth, but nationally, also for a lot of firsts here. So two-part question. One, what is one thing, obviously, that you would continue to do? And two, if there was something you would look to change or enhance with our system? Please, sir.
So let me do the, no, I'll take the continue to do. I think I want to make sure, and this kind of goes back to your question, Ms. Naylor, that if what we're doing in the classroom right now for students is working, whether it's the curriculum, it's the instruction, it's the assessment, we need to keep doing it. But from what was suggested, it's not perfect, but we need to keep doing it in order to keep achieving the goals that Massachusetts has set for us. Now, what would I do differently? And I guess it was kind of the second part of this question, is if there are things that students need, that teachers need, in order to even address the idea of what are they going to do when they get to high school? What are they going to do when they graduate from high school? Then we need to make sure that we're lining up those things, because if our production of students who are not going to college or who are not matriculating, if that data is suggesting that we need to do something better, then we need to make sure that this success that we're having in the short term is able to exist over the long term. One of the ways that I've created a metaphor for me to visualize what the role of a school or a school district needs to be is that, and I take this from Margaret Wheatley, is that students are bundles of potentiality. So for me, students are light. They are a particle and a wave at the same time. So any interaction that we have with students, every day, every grade, those could be seen as a particle because that's the observation. But since we have them from grades pre-K to 12, sometimes from 3 years old to 22, that's the form of the wave. And so for us, we have to make sure that if we're being successful during those interactions, we need to make sure that that continues over time so that so that the wave that we create as a district with those students is a successful one, both for them and for the school district.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. If there's no other questions, that will conclude the interview. And again, we thank you very, very much for applying and the courage to do that. And we wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you.
We'll take a brief recess. Thank you very much, and we'll be back. Thanks for your patience and understanding.
Jesus help us.
Good evening again, and thank you very much for your patience and understanding. We'll move to our third and final candidate, Ms. Kim Wells. And again, I want to give a big shout out to Focus Springfield, George, and your crew. Thank you for being able to make sure that this is televised, people can view it. Thank you very, very much. I see you, Kim. Thank you, Ms. Wells, and again, thank you for applying for the position and the courage to apply for the position. And we wish you the best of luck. The ground rules, as I stated to the other two candidates, one, there'll be a general opening question really from all of us about why you should be our next superintendent. And then at that point in time, we'll move to school committee members being able to ask one question, time permitting, which we've been able to be pretty good. We could probably might be able to ask two questions. So, Ms. Wells, we asked you, why should you be our next superintendent? Please.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Sarno, esteemed school committee members, first and foremost, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for the opportunity to apply for the position of superintendent for the Springfield Public Schools. It is an honor to be here tonight. I've lived in the city of Springfield for over 30 years, and for the last 29 years, I've spent my professional career in urban education. And urban education is something that I'm absolutely passionate about, and it's absolutely personal to me. And there's a reason why it's personal to me. Like 85% of the students in this district who fall into the high needs student group that is considered economically disadvantaged, I grew up in poverty. I had two wonderful, amazing parents who, like all of our parents, wanted absolutely what was best for me as a child, but had to work multiple jobs just to keep a roof or some semblance of a roof over our heads. I was a latchkey student who had to get up very early in the morning to get her brother ready and get them off to school. And there were often times when I came home when my parents weren't there because they were still working their jobs. And so that absolutely not only shaped who I was, but had an impact on my career in my childhood in terms of schooling. When I went to school, there were many teachers who didn't necessarily understand how to educate me. I was the poor kid who came in with a lot of baggage attached to that. And they either didn't have the ability or the skill set to teach me effectively, or they lowered expectations for me and just treated me as if I was just going to be that child who came from poverty. And for the majority of my schooling career, that was how I was treated. And it wasn't until my high school biology teacher actually sat me down one day and said to me, "You're more than the sum of your parts, and we're going to tap into that untapped potential that you have, and we're going to figure out who you are." And it was at that moment in time when I decided, though I didn't know what I was going to do or where I was going to make a difference in the lives of kids. And so here I am 29 years later, sitting in front of you, getting ready to take the next step in my career, and I can tell you that this work still is, to this day, as passionate for me as it was when I sat in that biology classroom with my teacher. There are so many different things that I do every day, but every day when I wake up, I can tell you that I go into whatever it is that I'm doing, whether it's a school, whether it's looking at data, first and foremost with the students at the forefront of everything that I do. And so how has that prepared me to become the superintendent of Springfield Public Schools? Over the last 29 years, I have honed my craft and developed my skills to really lead this district into what's next. First and foremost, I'm a strategic thinker. When I came to the Springfield Public Schools, I was tasked with improving outcomes for students. And so I set about the task of developing data cycles with the schools that I worked in, where we would get into classrooms, completing learning walks and looking at instructional practices for students. Whether it was core instruction or interventions, we would look at those instructional practices And then we would look at and examine and analyze the data. Not just the academic data, but the social, emotional, and behavioral data that existed for students. And from that, we would meet weekly to look at our school improvement plans that were developed based on that data, look at our priorities, and align our action steps to complete that work. And I'm really excited to say that since I've been here and arrived, a number of schools that I've worked with have either exited level 4 status, have significantly improved in terms of school percentile rankings, and have exited priority status. In addition, the high schools that I currently work with, the comprehensive high schools, Conservatory, Renaissance, SciTech, Central, and Putnam, their graduation rates have all been over 90%, and their dropout rates are 2% or lower. So that's due to the hard work of the schools that I've had the honor and the privilege of being able to lead. And that's really through looking at the data and developing comprehensive plans. In addition to that, another thing that I'm really proud of is that under my direct supervision and leadership, we've opened up and developed different opportunities and programs for students outside of the academic component. Under my supervision, we opened up the virtual school, which is a different opportunity for parents and students to access education for their children where typical brick and mortar schools may not have always worked. I've also worked on expanding career vocational technical education opportunities for students by creating the After Dark program and supervising that, and expanding CVTE offerings at SciTech and Central. And I'm really excited to say we're continuing to expand those at SciTech next year moving forward. And that was all in response to a need based on the data that our students were showing us. In addition to that work, I think one of the things I am most proud of is my ability to develop really authentic and meaningful relationships with students and with staff and with individuals in this district, whether it's central office staff, school-based staff, members of the various unions that we have. I've worked really hard to build relationships with people because this work is really hard. And while we all get to celebrate the successes, sometimes there are conversations that need to be had that talk about some of the difficulties and the challenges that we're facing. And those conversations sometimes require a delicate balance of trust and authenticity that I have worked to create. And so why is this all important, and why do I tell you this information? It's important because I have the ability, as the next superintendent, to hit the ground running. I know the immense talent that exists in this district. I have worked with incredibly valuable individuals who possess capability and capacity to continue to lead this work. There are people who have been deeply involved in the Portrait of a Grad work. There are people around us that we can continue to develop that, and there are people that we can elevate and I can uplift to continue the next phase of the Portrait of a Grad work, which is something that I'm really looking forward to doing because I have some really great ideas about what's next around that. So I, unlike my other counterparts who have interviewed with you tonight, don't need to figure out who's who, what's what, and what exists where. I can hit the ground running, and I can really move this district into the next level of work that we need to be moved into. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Again, we'll start with Ms. Hurst, please.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Mrs. Wells. I posed the same question to the other two candidates and shared that while it could potentially be an unpopular question, it's an important question, at least for me and for what I believe the viewing audience and our constituency. And so what's different for them is that they had to do their due diligence and their research on what was happening in the district, whereas you have been front and center and right here all along. You know that this process has been less than stellar in many of our opinions, at least the majority, the four of us who have spoken up and spoken out about it. And I'm interested to hear about how you would navigate that as the superintendent to ensure that the governing body that oversees the superintendent is a democratic body, and why stick along in a process that
folks have felt has not been necessarily filled with integrity or transparency.
So, in my capacity as a CSO, and at times when I've filled in for the superintendent, I've received many phone calls from each of you regarding concerns, questions, things that you've needed to have addressed. And because I value and respect each and every one of you, your positions both in the community and as school committee members, I've always worked diligently to make sure that I've answered your questions, found solutions to concerns that parents may have brought to you, and followed up with you to make sure that we've closed that loop. That absolutely is the transparency and the intentionality that I would bring to this position. My goal is to work with every single one of you in a collaborative, collegial, and productive way. And that means meeting with you. It means talking about things with you and making decisions and talking to you about what you want to see moving forward and the things that are important to you. It means sitting down and making sure that regardless of the outcome of the conversation, you feel valued, heard, and respected. That's exactly how I would treat people. It's how I treat people now, and it's how I would want individuals to treat me. And so I'm always going to walk into those conversations with those things at the forefront of my mind. As I mentioned earlier, every single decision that I make is a student-centered decision. And I absolutely believe that the members sitting in front of me have, one, live in this community, are passionate about the work going on in this community, and are passionate about the jobs that you have because you want to always do what's best by families, by students, and by the community. And so keeping that in mind, there's never going to be an opportunity or a situation where I feel that I'm not going to be able to maintain that open, collaborative, collegial, and productive line of communication with any one of you. I do it now, and it's something that I would continue to do. Transparency is hugely important to me. And that's just always the way that I go into any situation, whether it's in a school, whether it's with a principal, whether it's with a parent that I've met with or a student, and even with you when I've talked to you. I'm always going to go into it using transparency and collegiality to do this work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Thank you, Ms. Hurst. Attorney Murphy?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Ms. Wells.
Good evening.
So I have a question, it's a little different than the question I asked the others, but it's about SAT scores. In my experience as a parent who has had 3 children in the Springfield Public Schools, 2 of whom have gone all the way through and gone to college, one who's still in the system, you know, there's the MCAS test, which sort of kind of looms over everyone, every teacher, every administrator, every principal, every vice principal. And there's a lot of talk by people, you know, in the union and teachers and others that say, you know, we teach to the test, and everything is sort of this MCAS-oriented about the test scores. But what I found when my children started to apply to college, that unless you are applying to a state college in Massachusetts, colleges don't even look at MCAS scores. So we've spent all this time and energy and effort and sort of obsession, really, with teaching kids to take MCAS and to do well at MCAS and to achieve at MCAS. And I'm not saying that it doesn't help them academically when they get into college, but so far as getting admitted into college, it means basically nothing unless you're going to a state school, which brings me to the SATs. So my kids took the SATs sort of as an afterthought, and my youngest son didn't even take the PSATs, and I didn't really know about that. So it's not something that seems to be front and center in the district, and it's also something that can be, although I know some colleges are getting away from it, but can be very important with respect to college admission, more so than the MCAS if you're going to school outside of Massachusetts. So I'd just be wondering, A, if you agree with that premise, and B, what would you do as superintendent to maybe address that so that our kids could explore and have the ability to get into colleges outside of Massachusetts or private universities or colleges?
Thank you, Attorney Murphy. Ms. Wells?
So you're right, there are a number of colleges that have done away with SAT score requirements for application, but regardless, I absolutely value the premise around SATs. And so we have PSAT days and we have SAT opportunities for our students. And so I would continue to work with our Director of Student Services to make sure that we are continuing to build those opportunities in for our students, but also to look and talk with our counselors to look at how those SAT opportunities and the work around preparing students for SATs is occurring. The other thing that I will say that is something that is not directly SAT related, but is something that I would do because I absolutely believe it would have an impact not just on MCAS scores, but on SAT results, is continue to look at our advanced placement course offerings. All of the research suggests that students who are enrolled in advanced placement classes, regardless of their test score, are provided with substantially significant opportunities to really think differently because the coursework is rigorous and it is, if you talk to a student who's taking 3 AP courses, they will tell you that it is so difficult. But it's not necessarily about receiving a 4 or 5 on the exam. Like, that's important, right? Because we want to do that. But students who have opportunities to access advanced placement courses, we provide them with opportunities that sometimes our regular courses don't provide. And so for me, it's about looking at our instruction outside of advanced placement courses to see how we can align that instructional process. But it's also about offering and providing access to students for additional opportunities in AP courses. Because I think when that happens, then, as you mentioned earlier, teaching to the test becomes a moot point. We're not teaching to the MCAS, we're not teaching to the SATs, we're teaching critical thinking skills for students that will aid and serve them in everything that they're doing. And so, yeah, for me, SAT scores are something that we need to continue to do. We need to continue to provide classes and we need to continue to provide test prep. But we also need to take a look at our core curriculum and our advanced placement opportunities for our students so that we can provide them with opportunities throughout the year to really develop those critical thinking skills.
Thank you.
Chairman Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Wall. All set, Murphy?
Yes, thank you.
Vice Chair Gonzalez, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Wells, putting forth your candidacy. My question is somewhat in alignment with Attorney Murphy's question and also your answer to Attorney Murphy's question. You pointed to AP courses and how the expansion of those are important. I think in many areas, there have been key performance indicators in which the outgoing superintendent has achieved, be it the increasing of AP course offerings. And I think for me as a school committee member, it's important to understand how you're going to advance the needle further than it's already been advanced. So I'm gonna follow that up with some more context for you. I viewed the community forum, and I just want to commend the ideas that you brought forth. I think some of them that were new that maybe folks haven't heard before, but you currently have sat in essentially the second highest role in the org chart in the school district. And my question for you is, what credibility do we all have as a school committee that you're going to do the things that you've said if up until this point, those innovative ideas and approaches, we've yet to see them?
So with the Portrait of a Graduate, which we've embarked on, that work started in 2019 and became a living, breathing document in 2021. And we've had a variety of schools opt into cohorts to reimagine instruction for our students. And that's not work that just happens overnight. So when we're reimagining teaching and learning for our students, it's about aligning systems. And so that work has been happening. We have been working diligently to create a district strategic plan and to align the school improvement plans so that we can make sure we're focusing on our priorities of implementing high-quality instructional materials in culturally responsive ways. That has meant looking at how we realign professional development. that is meant looking at how we are creating not just academic supports, but social emotional supports for our students. And so that work, while it has been happening and we've been seeing results and improvement, first thing that I would do if I were put in as the superintendent is to actually complete a landscape analysis of that work. We need to take a look at what we said we were going to do when we realized the portrait of a graduate. We need to complete a landscape analysis to determine where our efforts are gaining traction and where our challenges still exist. We need to complete equity audits of the work that we're doing so we can see if, in fact, the instructional materials that we're providing and the professional development that we're providing are all working in service of equitable instruction for our students. So those two things are the first two things that I would do. And then, based on that, I would then go into, so Portrait of a Graduate is our way to enhance and change instruction, right? That's what we want to do for students. The roadmap to that are the systems that we create. And part of that work is really looking at the alignment of the systems. And so for me, I think the credibility around that is there are a lot of really great things going on that we've been involved in, but there's areas where we can improve. And so the work that I would set about doing would be to work with, after we completed the landscape analysis and after we completed equity audits, I would then work with the school committee, work with central office and school members to start to think about a portrait of a system, right? And so a portrait of a system for me is the roadmap to how we engage in our portrait of a graduate. We have all kinds of systems that we implement to improve outcomes for kids. And while many of them are aligned to those outcomes, there are some that are not necessarily working as well as we would like them to work. And so, like the portrait of a grad work, I would engage community stakeholders, the school committee, parents, families, school-based and district office-based individuals to sit down and say, let's look at all of our departments. Let's meet with department heads. Let's look at the finance departments. Let's look at special education. Let's look at our MLL department. Let's see where we're gaining traction, what systems are supporting that work, and what systems are not. Because as much as the work is happening and it's working well, until we align those systems, we're taking a few steps forward and a few steps sideways. So for me, it's about creating a portrait of a system and doing that with the community, because there are community partners and community-based agencies that absolutely have a role in that, and parent voice and student voice are necessary. I want to know what parents are thinking about what we're doing around our portrait of a graduate work. I want to know what families are thinking about in terms of how we're doing it. I want us to look at data and have very concrete conversations and deep conversations about that. And I want us to develop a system that catapults that work moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a follow-up question. I appreciate that answer, Ms. Wells, but I just want to reiterate my question and give you another opportunity to think about the question that I posed and your answer. Again, I viewed the community forum. I commended the ideas that you brought forth, some of which that you have explained yet again. But what is the credibility? If you found that equity audit was needed, as the second in command of this district, lead chief schools officer, in the absence of an assistant superintendent, why haven't you pushed for an equity audit in your tenure in the school district? Why have not you pushed for, if we understand that AP courses have been expanded, why have you not pushed for another key performance indicator that the students are not just enrolled in order to gain the numeric value that we have X amount of students enrolled in advanced placement courses, but when you look at the other KPIs, like how many of those students are actually passing and gaining college credit, why haven't you done that work up until this point? And I understand that you're eager to do it as the incoming superintendent, but why hasn't that work commenced if you see that those are issues and you are currently a leader in our school district?
Some of that work has started. I've had engaged in and worked with our director who works with APs and worked with teachers and students and principals on involving more students in AP courses. In fact, the number of students that have been enrolled in and taking AP courses has improved over the years that I've taken over. So that work is happening. In terms of why haven't I pushed for equity audits, we need to sit down and look at what's happening, and I can't sit down and look at what's happening until we do a landscape analysis. And the reason why we haven't entered into a landscape analysis yet is we're still onboarding schools to do the portrait of a graduate, to identify the specific priorities and tasks and skills that they want to do to be able to reimagine instruction. I need to give schools a little bit of time to implement and start to identify and look at their priorities. Doesn't mean the work's not happening. Part of a landscape analysis is looking at, are we aligning systems? And we've absolutely started to align those systems. We've aligned our professional development. We've aligned our district priorities. We've aligned our school improvement plan priorities. That's all part of that landscape analysis. It doesn't have a fancy name attached to it like a landscape analysis, but that's work that's currently being done that I'm absolutely a part of. The equity analysis, the equity audit piece is about now looking at, as we've started to implement this, what's going into the third year, actually 21, 22, the third year. Where are we seeing that traction beyond the current data that we're using? It's more comprehensive in nature. We're using data every day, but where are we doing that? So it's about giving it time and now moving to the next step.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gonzalez. Ms. Wells, you've been, worked very closely with Superintendent Warwick, and we've made tremendous gains. We've been recognized not only regionally and through the state, but nationally on those gains. And your reputation is stellar as far as follow-up, whether it's a family issue or student issue, or to the school committee members here. What are some of the things that you might have already sort of touched upon, that you would continue to enhance the work that's been done with Superintendent Warwick? And maybe one thing that you'd look to maybe do differently, or you have a different vision moving forward?
Okay. So, I mean, I think I touched on it. I would really dig into the work of developing a portrait of a system to make sure that all of our systems are aligned to work in service of the portrait of the graduate. But in doing so, that means that one of the things that I would do is restructure central office a little bit. And so immediately, the two positions that I would bring on, one, I would reinstitute the assistant superintendent, because this is hard work. To your point earlier, School Committeeman Gonzalez, it's a lot of work to do this, and a lot of work falls on few individuals' shoulders. And so the first thing I would do is reinstitute an assistant superintendent who would work closely with me on these practices and these initiatives. The second position, which goes along with equity audits that I would talk about, and because it's really important that we're looking at everything through the lens of equity, is I would bring on and create a new position for a chief equity officer. And it's not just a chief equity officer, but it's a chief of equity and belonging, because this work is really about looking at things through a culturally relevant and responsive lens. And so whether it's instruction, whether it's professional development, whether it's AP courses or SAT courses, or meeting with families and community, how are we doing in terms of making sure that we are providing equitable opportunities for every single student to be successful? And so for me, the chief equity officer is not just hiring diverse candidates. It's about looking at and sitting closely with senior cabinet members and school members to really look at every system that we have with a fine-tooth comb, and to make decisions and to make suggestions and to have conversations about how we truly get to a district where we are offering equitable opportunities to individuals so they feel like they belong.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Gresham, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Wells, thank you for applying for this candidacy. And my question is the same as to the previous candidates. And that question is, what would be your primary goal as superintendent of Springfield Public Schools?
To realize the portrait of a grad and to make sure that every single child has the ability to successfully navigate a 21st century education with self-advocacy skills so that when they move on beyond high school, they have the ability to enter college, career, or the workforce, doing so successfully. So that would be my goal, and I would continue to put programs in place and build systems in place to address that. So whether it's expanding innovation and career pathways opportunities like we did this year at Renaissance, or continuing to expand our internship programs for our students so that when if our students decide that college isn't the thing for them, that they're earning meaningful opportunities to gain careers that afford them the opportunity to be able to provide for their families moving on. So it's really realizing the portrait and putting the systems and structures in place to do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Gresham. Thank you, Ms. Wells. Mr. Collins, please.
Yeah, I asked this of the other two candidates as well, like Barbara, I'm asking the same question. Which position that you've held do you feel has best prepared you to be superintendent of schools in Springfield?
The current
And
position
why?
that I'm in, for a variety of reasons. It is the second or third, depending on the year, largest district in New England, and I have had the ability as a CSO to supervise and lead the work at elementary, middle, and high school levels. I've been a CSO at all levels. I've also had the opportunity to supervise and develop the other CSOs and to work with the department chairs in academics and all of the other departments to really think about the strategic plan, priorities, and action steps necessary to really improve outcomes for students. I've also had the ability, when the superintendent has not been available, to fill in for him. And so I have learned, albeit trial by fire sometimes, how to really develop my skills and continue to develop my skills as a leader and as somebody who can take front and center stage to be able to do this work. So absolutely, this position has provided me with the opportunity to learn the most and prepare me for this work.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Naylor, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I was going to ask, you kind of answered already, so I have a different question. Kind of piggybacking on what you were talking about regarding the equity audits and
Yes.
things of that nature, how would you go about implementing first of all, can you identify some of the inequities that you have observed in your roles? And how would you go about creating an improved strategy on how to respond to those inequities on day one? I know you mentioned the landscape analysis and all of those things, which, based on my work with the Portrait of a Graduate, it can take a couple of years to really ascertain what that is. So I'm intrigued as to what it is you do on day one to start to combat that.
So the first thing that I would take a look at is the way that we're recruiting, but more importantly, retaining and staff. So we have to continue to recruit staff. And so one of the ways that I would continue to do that is by continuing to immediately invest in continuing, but where possible, expanding our opportunities for, first and foremost, to home grow our own students, many of whom are interested in going into education. So whether it's looking at our early education and care or our high SEP grants, that would be one way. The other way would be going out to work with colleges where students are involved in education and trying to developing relationships with students in colleges to have those students come and work during their off time, whether it's spring break, winter recess, after they get out of school and there's still a month and a half left in our school, just to come and be substitutes within our district. So on day one, I would start forging those relationships. I would also immediately take a look at where we have partnerships with colleges to continue to not only invest in our para-to-teacher pipeline, but to expand that where possible, because some of our best and most diverse candidates come from within our student rank and our para rank. And then I would also immediately, as we think about expanding diversity and equity in terms of recruitment, I'll get into retainment in a little bit, but expanding around recruitment, I would continue to invest in our Promise Fellows program. which would absolutely serve, and I would work with the district and with school personnel to identify educators and staff members of color who are interested in becoming leaders in the district, whether that's a principal, an associate principal, an assistant principal, ILSs, CPDTs. Where does that interest lie, and how can we elevate and support their efforts? And so this year, we have 14 new members entering into the Promise Fellows program, and 9 of those members are diverse candidates. And I will tell you that within my zone over the last 2 years, I have had 19 administrative openings, and those administrative openings are for principals, what I would say are principals, associate principals, and APs. And of those 19, 10 of those positions have been filled with educators or leaders of color. And so my commitment to recruiting and retaining educators of color is something that I would continue to do and expand on day one. The other thing that I would do around, so now we've recruited people, how do we retain them and keep them and make them feel valued? I would sit with district and school leadership to look at our mentoring programs. We have a mentoring program for educators, and we have a mentoring program for principals who are new and within their first 3 years. I think that there's more that we can do around that. First and foremost, I would look at what are the skills and tools they need, but also I want to look at who the actual mentors are to make sure that we are lining up mentors who have shared experiences with the new leaders and with our current teachers to make sure that they have a place where they can truly go, where they can feel valued, listened, and heard to, and where they can have conversations about the struggles that they've had with somebody who's actually been through those struggles. The other thing that I would do on day one is implement a mentoring program for our assistant principals. Our assistant principals are coming up through the ranks of teaching, and they're going into leadership positions. And oftentimes we have looked at our principals as those mentors, but we have a lot of new principals as well. And so we can't necessarily say to a brand new principal, it's your job to mentor your assistant principal if they're brand new. That doesn't work. So we need to look at really creating a mentoring program for those students. And then I think the other thing that I would immediately do is work on creating a systemic professional development plan. We've done a lot of this at a lot of our schools, but for me, developing a system-wide professional development plan for our staff and for our leaders on what culture and trauma-informed practice and belonging looks like, and taking an inventory of our culture and climate in our schools, because all the data suggests that when people feel like they belong, they stay. And so those would be some immediate first steps that I would embark on.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
Thank you.
I think we do have a little bit of time if there's any second questions at all. If not, then
I have one. Denise can go first.
Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. I just want to take Ms. Monroe Naylor's question a bit further, or perhaps your answer. I'd like for you to expand or tell me a little more. We know that mentorship is important. We get that. However, so are systems change. And so we can mentor someone over and over and over again. But what will you do about changing the actual systems in our district that keep people feeling oppressed?
So the first thing that I would do with the chief equity officer is talk to people, sit down and have conversations with them, and complete surveys and have open, honest, and difficult conversations about what it is that people are feeling, why they're feeling that way, and what we can do to change that. It's about relationship building, so that when you build relationships, you can have authentic conversations. And so the very first thing that I would do is sit down and meet and talk with people. And then from there, identify the areas that the systems aren't working for people, and then to start to develop plans to adjust those systems. So it's really the very first step is sitting down and meeting with people. And I have the credibility of many members in this district. So I would start with meeting with people, families, meeting with parents, meeting with members of the union, and having conversations about how we can make those systems and those barriers fall by the wayside to be able to move forward. So the first step would be meeting with individuals, meeting with you and talking to you about what you see as barriers and getting your thoughts and your ideas about how to change those things as well.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Vice Chair Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Wells. I have a question that's pertaining to your resume. Again, I watched the community forum last night. Your transition to Springfield Public Schools was rooted because you were a candidate for superintendent of schools in the city of Holyoke. And I just want to clarify, was it that you withdrew your candidacy? Because my understanding was that you were not selected to be the superintendent in the city of Holyoke. Is that correct?
That's correct. So I applied for superintendent in the city of Holyoke, and I was very qualified to do the job, but I wasn't selected. And that's okay, right? I mean, at the time, that the school committee chose to go with a different person. That being said, I still had the opportunity and the ability to work there if I wanted. However, a new opportunity presented itself here. It was absolutely more in line with what things that I wanted to do. And it provided me with an opportunity to continue to work on the things that I was passionate about. And so, you know, I came here 11 years ago, and though I wasn't ready to be a superintendent, or I should say the school committee, I was ready, but the school committee decided that they wanted to go with somebody else. I've learned a lot about myself over the last 11 years. I've learned how to reflect on the work that I'm doing. I've learned how to continue to deepen my listening skills. I've learned how to navigate difficult situations. And I've learned what it takes to be successful in this role. And so, though I wasn't selected by the school committee in Holyoke to be the superintendent, I would hope and suggest to you that I'm absolutely ready to be the superintendent now, and quite honestly, would be able to not only continue the work that we're doing here, but really catapult the work to the next level.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Gresham, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Well, I have a question. I believe when you came on board, Springfield Public Schools, you was assigned or involved in turning around 5 schools, which was a 5 forward. So if you can tell us those 5 schools and how successful they have been or they are, and what are they doing now, or where are they now?
So I worked with DeBerry. DeBerry was an underperforming level 4 school. Within the 3 years that I worked at that school turned around and came out of level 4 status. I worked with Commerce. Commerce was identified as a forward 5 school. I worked with that school for just a short period of time, and during that time, we had significant progress made in that school. When I arrived in 2013, that graduation rate at Commerce was 35.4, and in the 2.5–3 years that I worked at that school, the graduation rate there climbed from 35.4 to 60%. The attendance rate at that school when I got there was in the low to mid 80s. When my work there was done, the attendance rate was up in the 90s. So there was a lot of work that we did in improving the outcomes for students at Commerce. I also worked with Chestnut, Kylie, and Kennedy, and I was at those schools for actually a very short period of time, just 1 year, because those schools had already been involved in sort of this underperforming process, and it was shortly thereafter that they were put into the empowerment zone. So we had success, but I didn't have a great deal of time to really do the work that needed to be done there.
I'm sorry.
But the schools, the 2 schools, the DeBerry and Commerce, where I really was able to do that work and to really become invested in, there were significant changes that occurred there.
So which ones are in empowerment zone now?
So Kylie, Kennedy, Chestnut, and Commerce are in the empowerment zone. Originally, Commerce wasn't supposed to be in the empowerment zone, but then the state said that they wanted to have the empowerment zone work with Commerce. And so then my position shifted and I moved on to different schools.
So,
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Ms. Gresham. Thank you, Ms. Wells.
Ms.
Well, hold on one second, Vice Chair Gonzalez. To individuals on the committee that haven't asked a second question.
I have a question,
Ms.
Mr. Mayor.
Naylor.
You spoke a lot about a lot of things that you've been able to accomplish in your current role, and you also spoke of some things that you would like to do differently, that you see as necessary to move the district forward. You also told us that whenever the superintendent is not available, that you filled in. We haven't had an assistant superintendent, so in some ways, I almost will say it was kind of acting superintendent whenever he was not around or able to be present. Can you share what were the barriers to you being able to implement these ideas, being someone that has had a lot of influence, has had success? Why were there barriers in place for some of these ideas that you have identified as being very much of a necessity for us to move forward as a district? And then the second part of that question is, how will that change if you were to be the next superintendent?
So barriers to implementing, can you explain what you mean?
So for example, you talked about, I'll kind of go back to the question around the equity audit, and that's something that I know I've advocated for a long time, and I've met a lot of resistance as far as the implementation of an equity audit. But you spoke to us as something that you would definitely want to implement. I also asked for a equity officer or something similar. It didn't have to be called that. And I also met resistance to that, and you agreed that that's something that makes sense for us to do in the next phase. So how or why haven't you been able to advocate for that or be able to influence that, those kinds of decisions such as that, where you can see it's a need for it, but you haven't been able to execute on that?
So for me, these thoughts and ideas are thoughts and ideas that have been percolating since we've implemented the Portrait of a Grad. And as I mentioned earlier, implementing the Portrait of a Grad is a multi-year project, right? And so schools have to have had the ability to identify their priorities around a Portrait of a Grad, and then have had to have the ability to begin implementing those things. So I wouldn't necessarily say there were barriers towards me advocating. We've had these conversations and we've talked about these things. For me, it's the next natural step. So it's not about getting rid of the barriers or saying that there were barriers to it. It was about the timing of them and when things needed to happen. And so now as we look at the data, so we continue to look at the data and the data's getting better, but not all of our student groups are moving at the same level and with the same acceleration. And so for me, it's about addressing that. It's about looking at that now. It's about being in a place at a strategic level. And so to your point, like why would I do it now as a superintendent? It's about being at a level, like in terms of the superintendent, where I have the ability to work with the team as sort of the person in charge to be able to do that work and do it on a level that's different than what my position is currently.
Okay.
Right? So I have multiple schools that I'm working with, right? And I'm on the ground in the schools doing that work, improving outcomes for kids, looking at data, putting programs in place. I have the ability at a different level as the superintendent to be able to do those things that we're talking about and to be able to align the services and the departments under me to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Thank you, Ms. Naylor. Other questions? I'm going to ask a question. Or Mr. Collins, you have any questions?
Is,
Second,
just following up on your answer to Latonia's question, is that one of the reasons why you stated earlier that you would also want to reinstitute the position of assistant superintendent, is to take, so that there would have, the work would be more spread out and there'd be more time to do those things? Is that what, is that one of the, or if not, what is your reason?
No, I mean, the assistant superintendent I see as an integral part of this work. This is it's a lot of work. There are a lot of schools with a lot of complex challenges that are faced on a daily basis, and it is too much work for one person to lead and navigate. And I see the assistant superintendent's position very much like a partner in this work, to be able to really align and work on those systems. And so that's the reason why I would implement it. It's not just to have the position of an assistant superintendent, but it's really about that work and the work that needs to continue. So yeah, I see that as a necessity.
thank you, Ms. Wells. Thank you, Ms. Collins. Ms. Wells, just want to ask, as the other two candidates, they have applied for other superintendent's positions. Some are still currently. In your case, this would be your dream job, am I correct?
I love this city. I have lived in it for 31 years. I have raised my children in it. I have worked in urban education my entire life. And it is absolutely something that I would be honored to do on a daily basis. The work of this is difficult, but it's something that I'm not going to shy away from. And I have no desire to be anywhere else. So this for me is I don't know that I would use the term dream job, but it would be a job that I would rise to the occasion and do and come in every day and work absolutely diligently every day to make sure that I'm doing well by students and families.
Yeah, the point I was looking to make is this is the only position
This
that
is
you're
it.
pursuing right now.
As long as
And
I
not that
have
there's
the,
anything wrong with other people
as long
currently
as I have the,
pursuing other
yeah.
superintendencies.
As long as I have the privilege and honor of being here for as long as people want me to be here, there's no other place I want to be.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Any other last questions at all? Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And actually, it's really not another question. I had a clarifying question to Ms. Gresham's question on the 5 schools. When you first came to Springfield, you were designated, what was the initiative called, Ms. Wells?
The initial what, sir?
What was the initiative called that you were?
Oh, Forward 5.
Forward 5. So
Yeah.
you were charged with turning around these 5 schools?
For 1 year. I was a school improvement officer in the Forward 5 for 1 year, and then it morphed into a bunch of different things for the next 2 years.
For 1 year. And currently, the 5 schools that you listed, 4 out of 5 of those schools were still deemed as needing intervention by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Essentially, 80% of the schools, when you came in as the school improvement officer, still went into the kind of the quasi-improvement with the empowerment zone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification purposes, are currently still deemed as schools needing improvement several years after they've been taken over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none?
I do, actually do.
Ms. Hurst, go
I
ahead.
do. Ms. Wells, one of my, and for the lack of a better phrase, pet peeves, and I've said it publicly several times, is that we as a district oftentimes want to only talk about our successes. And the reality is that we have lots of challenges. And if we don't recognize those challenges, we can't move forward, right? We can't make gain, we can't have change. And so there has been a lot of conversation around the professional development that our teachers and staff get. And I'm wondering if you can share with us what type of professional development are you going to commit to for yourself to bring about innovative ideas and changes to be able to advocate for real systems change. And the reason that I was going back and forth with this question is because while I understand the rigor and the benefits of advanced placement courses, there's also been a lot of data and research that has talked about the inherent racism of AP courses. And so how do we ensure that you are staying, or how do you ensure that you are staying up to speed with other data and research that is happening around us? Because it oftentimes feels like we're very, very tunnel vision and only want to acknowledge what is going well here.
So this past summer, we engaged in work with Attuned in looking and Gleam around looking at grade level engaging, affirming, and meaningful instruction. And they have been instrumental in looking at instruction in classrooms through the lens of what equity looks like in terms of grade level engaging, affirming, and meaningful instruction. And so that would be one partner that I would continue to work with to really see what kinds of opportunities that we can continue to have at the central office level, but also at the school-based leadership level. They do a lot of work with us around GLEAM training. We have a number of principals and central office staff that are engaged in significant and intensive training around equity and looking at equity in instruction and in the way that we work with students in schools. And so that partnership would be a partnership that I would continue to expand on and really try to enhance. They also have a variety of partners that they work with, so that would be something that I would work on and digging into.
But for you personally?
For me personally, I would participate in those trainings. So I've already started to participate in those trainings, and I would continue to participate in those trainings. And quite honestly, I'm growing every day, right? I am learning as a culturally responsive and culturally relevant leader every day. And I'm never going to say that I've arrived, because quite honestly, in my position as a white woman, I'm always going to come from a position of power. But I'm going to commit myself to continuing to learn and to continuing to develop as that person so that I can understand, truly, truly understand what I need to do differently to be able to improve not just outcomes for students, but to continue to make everybody feel valued and belong. So I would start with talking with Unbound Ed, because that work is really beneficial. And I would start to talk about at a leadership capacity, starting with me, what are the things that I can do, whether it's working with healing racism. I've done work we've done work with CLE. We've done work with our DIRE teams. Like, what can I do that is not happening? So we've got DIRE teams at the schools. What does a DIRE team at the central office look like? How is that led? By whom? How do I become culturally responsive enough to be able to lead and continue that work? I'm under no grand illusion that I've arrived with that, but I'm absolutely committed to making sure I continue to become culturally relevant and responsible every day.
Thank you, Ms. Wells, and that concludes this session. We appreciate your time very, very much, and we wish you good luck. We will take a little bit of a break, and then we will come back to deliberate and select our new superintendent. So thank you for your patience and understanding.
What the heck?
He clicked his heels.
No place like home.
Right.
He said, sorry? He said,
Yeah, I think he said thumbs up.
Let me just wait for Denise. Okay, we're back in session. I want to thank everybody for their patience and understanding, and again, I want to thank all the finalist candidates for superintendent for their efforts here tonight. I will now open it up for deliberations with our school committee members.
Mr. Mayor?
Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that there's, concerns that, for me at least, are standing as it relates to the process, folks vote in, concerns that have also been in the media with the Ethics Commission. I want to deal with something particularly, though. The voting procedure for this evening, is that something you can speak to, Mr. Chairman, or is that something that Attorney Kennedy can speak to?
Attorney Kennedy, I think that we've done before is deliberation, and we'll have, if there's a motion made on a candidate, but if you can clarify that?
Attorney Kennedy, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. If you could say that in the mic, because the viewers at home, they're not able to pick that up.
Mr. Gonzalez, if you're asking how the vote is going to be done, that is up to this committee to choose how the vote is going to be done, whether you're going to make a motion, but as the mayor just said, you would deliberate and then make a motion and as the chair. So.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
May I ask a question? And we're following our regular roll call vote? We do a roll call vote like we always have?
That is correct.
Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason that I asked that question, Attorney Kennedy, is that you were present when Mr. Kuchar had given us some ideas on how we could take this vote. One of the ideas that he presented so that committee members did not have to render a no vote for certain candidates was to simply state the name of those candidates, in the roll call sequence. And you're saying that how we do that this evening is up to this body, correct?
That is correct. It's the committee's decision to do that, led by the chair on that. Yes, is my understanding. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that would be my suggestion. I did appreciate the suggestion of Mr. Kuchar that folks would name the candidates, and then, the candidate that has the majority of votes would then be appointed and selected. I think that prevents any member of this body from having to, declare a no vote for any particular candidate. I don't know if other members would entertain that.
Well, we first had opened up the deliberation, but, we usually move on motions. Any comments on that?
on what Mr.
Are we just talking about procedure now, Mayor, or are we? I mean, isn't a vote for one person a no vote for the other two? I mean, I don't see how we can't, if we're voting for one person, we're voting against the other two. So, I don't necessarily get that logic, but, that's not how we've done it in the past. That doesn't mean we have to do it the same way. It just would be different than what we've always done in every vote we've ever taken.
So, Mr. Gonzalez, to get clarification, we would say the candidate's name?
Yes.
I'm only reiterating, Ms. Gresham, what Mr. Kuchar had put forward.
That's what I remember that.
Yeah.
That was one of the process. I just want to make, get clarification.
Yeah, Mr. Kuchar did say that
Collins.
you could do it either
Either
way.
way.
One way would be to poll the committee, one way to have a motion and vote. I'm okay with having a motion and voting. I think we should be people of our conviction. We either want to vote somebody or we don't. So we've done it that way in the past, so I would be fine with us doing it that way now.
If there's any discussion, deliberation, if not, is there a motion on the floor?
Well, why don't we deliberate?
Yeah, that's
Do
what
we
I
just
said.
want to
No.
have open deliberation, or?
With the
Comments?
deliberation on procedural or deliberation on the
No,
candidates?
just on the comments you might want to be able to make pertaining to the candidates, and then entertain a motion.
I have procedural questions still, Mr. Mayor, that are standing. Attorney Kennedy, as I understand it, the required amount, you got 4 yes votes on it. My question is, what happens with the agenda item, the motion, and a contingency if there is a tie or insufficient votes? Does that simply mean that that item fails, or another iteration of that item with another candidate can be taken up?
I'm going to vote for Wells. And then
So, if I understand your question, that if there's a tie vote,
Can you come to the mic, Attorney
There's a
Kennedy?
mic there, but it's either not on or not
unless we
working.
got it on- I mean, I don't
Can
know.
you,
I mean, that's up-
Mary Jo, can you come up here, please, maybe? Thank you.
I don't care if we do this his way. It doesn't matter. Then we all vote. I vote for Kim, and you guys
Thank you.
all vote for her. Then all gets 4 votes, and that's it.
George, is that on, please?
You just need to pull it closer to you, Mary Jo. Slide the button up.
The
I think
button.
it's turned off.
There it is, okay.
if I understand the question, excuse me. If I understand the question, if it's a tie vote, then there was no vote, and you could have further deliberation on that vote and then re-vote again. Reconsider the vote.
But the required obviously is the 4, to my first part of my question. Is the 4 affirmative votes is needed?
There are 7, yes, 7
Okay.
people are voting. There's 7, there's 4 as it is for every vote you do, it's the majority vote, which is 4, when you're all present and voting, yes.
Very well. Thank
Attorney
you.
Kennedy, I'm sorry.
Ms. Hurst?
Attorney Kennedy, can I ask you a question? So I understand it's majority vote, and I understand that it's per the 3 candidates that are before us. Can one of those votes be a no candidate?
I'm sorry, can you,
Meaning, could we not, if to Vice Chairman Gonzalez's point, if there are not sufficient votes for any candidate, at some particular point in time, can there be a no candidate?
That no candidate is selected.
so you're going to be deliberating, and after a vote, you could renew a vote and have further deliberation, and you could change that vote, that no vote could change. I'm not sure if that's answering your
No,
question.
I think the question is, could we leave here this evening with no candidate and restarting the process? Or at least no candidate?
It depends, if the majority vote is 4 noes, then that would be no candidate. That's
Okay,
a no.
thank you.
Yeah.
Any other discussion, or is there a motion on the floor?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Naylor?
I wanted to, if you could verify with us, based on legal, there was some publication and some things on the media about a week and a half ago where folks had filed complaints with the Ethics Commission, and we have not yet received a ruling on those complaints. So if it was the case that the Ethics Commission came back and stated that there was, in fact, a conflict, how would that affect our vote on tonight?
I can clear that
Yeah,
up if you
Mr.
like.
Collins, could you please clear that up?
Yes, I spoke with the Ethics Commission a couple of times, as late as today, as a matter of fact. The Ethics Commission tells me clearly there is no conflict of interest for me to participate in this procedure. As you all know, and I'm declaring that we all know my daughter works for the department, works for and with Kim, and that was all reviewed with the Ethics Commission. And there is no conflict of interest for me participating in this. Before we started deliberation, I was going to make that statement anyway, that the Ethics Commission had told me that there was no, and that they were closing the case.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. That clarifies that matter. And any discussion, or there's a motion on the floor? No discussion, is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
To do what?
Well, is there a motion for nomination?
Nomination. That's my understanding, right?
Yep.
Are we going to discuss the three candidates or just go right to?
Nobody's,
If we're going right to nomination,
nobody's-
then I'll nominate Kim Wells to be superintendent.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Second by Attorney Murphy. Roll call vote is required. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Monroe Naylor?
No.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Gresham?
No.
Ms. Hurst?
No.
Attorney Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
No.
Mayor Sarno?
Yes, the motion fails. Any other discussion or any other motions?
I would like to make a motion
Go ahead, Ms. Naylor.
for Dr. Denal as superintendent.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Gresham. Roll call vote is required.
Discussion, Mayor?
Go right ahead, yep.
I've got some difficulty with, and I don't intend to vote for Dr. Denal, and it's clearly because of statements that she made both this evening and last night. And the continued call for all the candidates, including Dr. Denal, that we have transparency. When asked about the graduation rate, both last night and this evening, Dr. Denal said that in 21 and 22, that graduation rate went up at Commerce. And last night, she didn't mention 23, but this evening, she said it went down. That was not an accurate statement. In 22, the graduation dropped by 1.6%. In 23, it dropped by 16.4%, which was an overall drop in graduation rate of 18% in 2 years. Correspondingly, there was also a significant rise in the dropout rate. The dropout rate over those same 2 years went up 7.8%. That's part of the transparency that bothers me. The other part, however, is much more significant. Dr. Denal last night said she left 2 positions voluntarily, and again this evening she said that, I want to be clear, I was not non-renewed from Commerce. When we were as we all do, as we do our background checks and our reference checks, I spoke with the administration of the Empowerment Zone, and quite emphatically, the administration of the Empowerment Zone said that that is not a true statement, that Dr. Denal was non-renewed as the principal of High School of Commerce, and that she was non-renewed from her current position. We would never consider hiring a principal that we non-renewed. I'm surprised that we would be ready to hire a principal who was non-renewed at another, basically Springfield school, even though we didn't do the non-renewal, the Empowerment Zone did. It just shocks me that you have a school board, school committee that is willing to consider appointing someone who wasn't truthful with us during their interview, and someone that's been non-renewed as a principal. It just shocks me.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. And again, as far as with all the candidates, whether it's Dr. Denal or Mr. Sanchez or Ms. Wells, you have an individual there, Ms. Wells, that's ready to hit the ground running. We've done a tremendous amount of improvements in our Springfield public school system, and continued enhancement and improvements occur. And as Mr. Collins pointed out, those were on our background checks that you wouldn't hire a person that was not renewed as a principal or not renewed for their new position. Now, I want to make that statement, but you have an individual that's ready to go. I know that's worked very closely with the school committee. He's always been very responsive to the school committee. So, nothing against those two candidates, but a little disappointed on this vote. Again, those are the facts that have been put forward.
May I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Ray.
Does the candidate get an opportunity to address that? How do we fact-check that?
Yeah, well, it's closed now. We're voting.
So now we're going to go based off of just a reference that we received, or a reference that one of the members received?
I don't think I heard the question. but-
Could you repeat?
I'm
the
saying,
question?
so we don't get an opportunity to fact-check it. We have to go based off of a reference that a member received.
Yeah. Quite honestly, I'm getting, at the end of my rope of you continually trying to say that I'm dishonest.
I wasn't.
I spoke to the administration who told me emphatically that she was non-renewed. I didn't make that up.
I'm sorry, I was not implying that you were being dishonest. I was asking about fact-checking, and not necessarily just for me, because I know what I'm doing, but for our viewing audience. And so how do you ensure that we dispel what could or could not be myths? Because I could go on a tyrant about what I've heard about two of the other candidates. So I was clearly just trying to be good governance and say, so what do we do about that? Like, how do we fact check that? How do we ensure that that's the case so that everybody can make an informed decision? That's all I was asking. I'm not implying that you're dishonest, and if I wanted to, I would just tell you you were dishonest.
Mayor, could I
Attorney Murphy,
say something?
and again, the check with the empowerment zone, that's exactly what was said to myself also, too. Attorney Murphy?
Okay, so, well, first of all, I thought all of the candidates, I guess I kind of hoped maybe we had this discussion prior to the vote, but that's the way it goes.
I did offer that discussion to occur, but
You
nobody
did, it
nobody jumped in,
didn't
so we had to
necessarily
entertain a
happen.
motion.
So, I mean, I thought all the candidates did a good job, are certainly talented people. I think that while there was criticism of the process, I think so far as the reflection of diversity, with race, gender, and geography, you had local candidates, you had different candidates of different gender, candidates of different races, and I thought all three candidates, bring something to the table and have all impressive resumes and gave very good interviews and also were good on their feet last night at the forum. I will say I tend to agree with the mayor that Ms. Wells is doing essentially the job that Mr. Warwick has been here 11 years and has really advanced the progress of the district steadily. And I think it's important to continue that progress. And I think Ms. Wells is uniquely situated in a way she can continue that. We sort of know what we're getting with respect to Ms. Wells. I think she has the respect of her peers and of the principals and of the teachers. With respect to Ms. Denal, also I think she was very impressive in her interview and in the public speak out. And she has a very impressive resume that looks, as I said, impressive. But the fact remains that the numbers at Commerce were not particularly good. The graduation rate did not improve. The dropout rate got worse. And she was separated from employment there. What the exact term we're going to use, she adamantly denies that it was non-renewal. But as I believe the mayor and Mr. Collins did, I called the executive director of the empowerment zone, and he told me, and in fact, this is in a text message, that she was non-renewed from Commerce, and that she was non-renewed in January, and that she was also non-renewed from the current position that she's in. So whether or not that, who's telling the truth and who's not, that's not my job to get into it. There are always disputes in employment and the way people leave employment or are separated from employment. So, but nevertheless, there is some question there about what happened, and at the bottom line, she left Commerce, and the numbers were not good, and now she's been non-renewed from her current position, and now we're going to put her in charge of the entire district, which I think is a concern to me. But that being said, if Ms. Denal is the choice of this committee, then I think that we would all work and in good faith work with her. And she is a very immensely talented woman. So, but that does concern me, and that's what, on a close call, I tend to lean towards Kimberly Wells, who I think also did an excellent job in her interview and is immensely talented and has a great personal story, is clearly committed to Springfield and has been doing the job, or close to it, essentially. And I think, it's sort of, not to use a sports metaphor here, but I will, it's sort of like going from Bill Belichick to Gerard Mayo. I mean, there was a lot of questions about, well, how come what those ideas that you had weren't implemented? Well, she wasn't the boss at that time. It's sort of like Gerard Mayo's doing things a little different than Bill Belichick is because he's now the coach. And so Kim Wells would have the opportunity to implement what she believes is best for the district and to continue to make the progress that we've been making over the last 11 years. And we've all worked hard at that. So in any event, that's my 2 cents. And thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Attorney Murphy. Vice Chair Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate the opportunity for us to discuss the candidates. And I just want to say that all 3 candidates, I believe, came forth both last night and this evening with good intentions for our district. My disconnect with candidates such as Ms. Wells is that personally, and I want the public to know, that my philosophy as it relates to leadership differs. The last speaker mentioned that the candidate didn't have the job. I firmly believe that leadership is not about position and title. It's about the willingness to challenge the status quo and make a difference when you see an issue. So that's why it's hard for me to believe, and I mentioned it in the interview, it's hard for me to believe that if you saw equity issues and you didn't address them, you didn't advocate for an equity audit, when you saw members of this body doing that advocacy work, and all of a sudden, when we provide you with the role or the job, you're going to now do what you haven't done, being the second in charge of this district and practically having bandwidth and capacity to do a whole lot. So that's what I have an issue with. Folks want to get into this thing of, oh, so we give so-and-so the job, they're going to do an excellent job. I disagree with that. If you were going to do all these great things as you oversaw many of our secondary schools, which tend to be the schools, if you look at what's in the zone, are the schools that are struggling. If you were going to do that work, you should have done it. Don't come and campaign that we're going to do X, Y, and Z around equity, around AP, and all these other things when you get the role. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If there's not a motion for reconsideration, though, I think that the...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say something, please.
Ms.
Because
Hirsch.
we went in and talked about another candidate, so I too am going to opine. Although the vote failed on Kim Wells, and we shouldn't even be talking about it, we should be voting on the motion that was at hand.
That's right.
But was there a motion, by the way?
The motion was for Dr. Sonia
Oh,
Denal.
because I didn't quite get that. I
Yeah,
knew
there
there was a
was.
motion, but I didn't.
Nope, and Mr. Collins stated why he wasn't going to vote, and then we went into conversation. I will say, while I understand and I agree with a lot of what Mr. Gonzalez just said, or Vice Chairman Gonzalez just said, I would just add that after being, I personally am looking for a bold leader who is going to challenge the status quo. And if you come to work day in and day out for 10+ years, that makes you complicit in the inequities. There's no other way around it. And so do I think that all 3 of them could potentially do the job? Yes. But I have kids who have butts and seats, who go to this district every single day. And so I am looking for a very different leader than what we have, someone that is going to challenge the status quo, someone who's going to understand what it's like to work with a school committee, someone who's going to understand the scope and the responsibility of what we have been legislated to do. And that is not what I saw in the other candidate.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst. Again, if there's no motion for reconsideration, a vote has been taken, and
Mr. Mayor, may I
Ms.
comment,
Naylor,
please?
yeah.
I wanted to just comment because I did also do the reference checks, and I did also hear different feedback on the question of non-renewal of Dr. Denal. And I was told that it was a mutually agreed upon transition, that she had stated that she wanted to do something that was in addition to the role that she had in the zone, and she really had aspirations of being a superintendent somewhere. You don't do the work of getting a doctorate in educational leadership to not be a leader in education. And I think even looking at the fact that she was the only candidate that came prepared with some strategic thought of what our plan is currently and how it can be approved upon, and the level of detail that is in this packet that she provided for us, I think that's very commendable, and it really speaks volumes to me about what her intentionality is on the strategy to improve this district. I also want to state that Ms. Wells also stated that commerce was very difficult and she was not able to move the numbers in commerce. As a matter of fact, our district and our current administration was not able to move the numbers in commerce. How can we expect for the most challenging high school in the district that has the most challenging kids, that continues to have the least amount of support, to lose $6 million in 1 year and not see it impact the numbers of what they're able to do as far as trajectory, as far as supports for their students, and as far as their ability to do their jobs? And so I think it's very unfair when you judge somebody based on things that were not necessarily in their control. She didn't call for the decrease of the $6 million, and at that time, she had no control over what happened with that money. So to accuse somebody of the results of consequences, then we might as well blame the fact that Commerce didn't do well on the current superintendent and the other candidate who talked about the fact that they also were not able to move those numbers in Commerce.
Thank you, Ms. Naylor. Again, if there's no motion for reconsideration, a motion has been made, seconded, and voted
Mr. Mayor,
on, and that
If I may, is
discretion.
there a motion on the floor?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's already been voted on, the vote.
No, it has not been voted on.
There was a nomination.
Ms. Naylor made the,
Right.
yeah,
You are
and I
correct.
seconded. So there's a motion on the floor.
Right, and
That-
the motion carried 4-3.
No, we did not
We
vote
didn't
on
even
that.
vote on it.
There was a
Mr. Mayor.
there was a nomination for Dr. Denal and a
I
second.
second.
Right,
Yeah.
and if you can clarify, Attorney Kennedy, and then there was a 4-3 vote taken on that motion.
No.
No, there wasn't.
We did not.
No, there
vote.
wasn't.
We did not.
Just a motion.
There was no vote. It didn't get past Chris.
No.
Motion, I seconded.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know there was a second either.
Again, my mistake, there was a 4-3 vote against Kim Wells. Let me clarify, my apologies on that. Okay.
Just one thing before you
So
take the vote.
my
Mr. Mayor.
clarification, my apology on that.
If we're going to lay blame on whether an equity audit was done, whether there was an equity officer put in, whether a number of the things that have been discussed that Vice Chair brought up, if we're going to lay blame on those things not happening, we should lay the blame where it actually belongs, and that's right here at this table. We had the power to make sure that those things happened. We didn't have the guts to go forward and say, do this. The blame for those things not happening lies with this body, all of us, myself included. We didn't bring it like we probably should have to make those things go forward.
I'm sorry,
The problems lay with us.
I would absolutely disagree because this body doesn't ever have a just say. It's always a 4-3 vote. So it's never about the body, it's about the majority. And when it was brought to our attention by Mrs. Naylor, it was shot down immediately. We couldn't even have a conversation. For goodness sakes, we can't even have a transparent dire meeting. So there's no way that we were going to talk about equity audits.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst. Okay, and
That's
again, my
great.
apologies and the clarification that the prior motion, which was voted on, was to 4-3 against Ms. Wells becoming our next superintendent. So my apologies on that and clarification. So there is a motion on the floor nominating Dr. Sonia Donnell. If there's no other conversations or any reconsideration votes at all, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Monroe Naylor.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
No.
Ms. Gresham.
Yes.
Ms. Hurst.
Yes.
Attorney Murphy.
No.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Sarno.
No sufficient votes. Congratulations, Dr. Donnell. Is there a motion, if there's no other motions or reconsiderations, a motion that we adjourn? Motion by Mr. Collins, is there a second? Second by Ms. Gresham. Roll call vote is required. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Monroe Naylor.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Ms. Gresham.
Yes.
Ms. Hurst.
Yes.
Attorney Murphy.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Sarno.
Yes, more than sufficient vote, this matter passes. Thank you for watching. Good evening, good health, and God bless. Thank you.
Yeah, you too.